The Ways and Means Committee will now come to order. Good morning. Today we will consider the historic USMCA, a transformative agreement that creates a new high-water mark for U.S. trade deals moving forward. The implementing bill before us is the result of many months of negotiations, indeed more than a year, between House Democrats and the Ambassador, Robert Lighthizer, who worked with us honorably every time we met. And I'm very proud of the outcome that we have reached. When we assumed the majority this year, we were asked to consider a renegotiated NAFTA that had structural flaws in a number of areas, including enforcement, labor rights, the environment, and access to medicines. Let me start with enforcement, which was the crux of this agreement. As I've noted many times over the past year, I did not vote for the original NAFTA, and the chief reason was a lack of enforceability. In the past 25 years, we've seen the shortcoming of the original agreement, much of which comes down to a lack of enforcement, in my view. House Democrats, working with the trade ambassador, fixed this issue. The improvements to the USMCA that we negotiated finally make the agreement enforceable by preventing a country from being able to block the formation of a dispute settlement panel. On labor, some of our trade agreements over the years have failed American workers. NAFTA has been symbolic of many of the broken promises that were offered to our workers. Over 25 years of NAFTA, there have been 39 petitions filed documenting the exploitation of workers and zero enforcement actions to remedy those violations. In close partnership with organized labor and with the robust support of Ways and Means Committee Democrats, we negotiated improvements to the rules and to our monitoring regime, and we established new enforcement mechanisms. On the rules, we strengthened certain provisions and addressed obstacles to enforcement in others. On monitoring, for the first time, we have created a proactive monitoring regime for the labor obligations in a trade agreement. The implementing bill establishes an interagency labor committee that will actively monitor Mexico's compliance and report to this Congress. On enforcement, we negotiated a historic mechanism never included in a trade agreement before, and as a result of House Democrats and their efforts, we will now have a facility-specific rapid response mechanism to address violations of key labor obligations. We have also made great improvements to the environmental provisions. USMCA will now include the highest environmental standards of any trade agreement in history and will include new customs verification agreements to enhance enforcement. The implementing bill also secures more than $600 million in funding for environmental problems in the NAFTA region and reauthorizes the North American Development Bank. With the dedication of the working group members appointed by the Speaker, we also secured important changes to USMCA that preserves Congress's ability to change U.S. law to address the crisis we face with respect to high prescription drug prices. These changes set a new standard for U.S. trade agreements and demonstrate that trade agreements can receive broad bipartisan support if they empower workers, protect patients' access to affordable health care, and improve our shared environment. I am proud to support this agreement and the implementing bill before us. But before we consider this historic implementing legislation today, we will first take up House Resolution 746, a bipartisan measure that reaffirms the United States' commitment to the World Trade Organization. I commend our colleague Ron Kind for his work on this important bipartisan resolution as well, and let me recognize Ranking Member Brady for opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Neal. It goes out without question the new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement is sorely needed modernization of NAFTA. It's been over 25 years since we updated our trading relationship with Mexico and Canada. A lot has changed since Texan George H.W. Bush initialed the original agreement in San Antonio, Texas. We didn't have Google in 1994. We didn't receive news on our smartphones. Netflix didn't exist. USMCA brings our trading rules into the 21st century and will be a force multiplier for America's already strong economy. President Trump and Ambassador Lighthizer have fought hard and delivered on their promise for pro-growth and modern trade pact. And because of their leadership, we now have a trade deal that will deliver historic wins for our economy. And that's because this is a trade agreement that is all about growth. USMCA will set the stage for billions more in economic activity. It creates for the first time rules for competing in the digital economy. With the brand new digital chapter, American innovators will be empowered to sell goods and services globally, allowing for a stronger American economy. And it prize open Canada's market for U.S. farmers and ranchers to sell American dairy, wheat, chicken, eggs, and turkey. Our service providers will be able to lock in access to Mexico and Canadian customers. And the agreement is enforceable, allowing us to challenge violations and stopping countries from blocking those challenges, holding Mexico and Canada accountable for these new rules. For America, this means more jobs, means more customers, and it gives America's innovators tools they need to succeed here in America as we compete with countries like China. Independent experts predict this new agreement will spur over $68 billion in new economic activity. More than 176,000 American jobs are set to be created, including 76,000 new auto sector jobs. And best of all, for the American people, USMCA is a truly bipartisan agreement, not a trade deal filled with purely leftist ideas. To Chairman Neal's credit, House Democrats worked in good faith with Ambassador Lighthizer on the path to yes, and I want to thank you, Chairman Neal, for your hard work in finding consensus on this agreement. We are glad to see so many Republican priorities were retained. In the agreement before us today, we have labor and environmental rules that are realistic, they're measurable, and they're enforceable. What's not in this agreement are provisions for which there isn't a consensus, like the Paris Climate Accord or the expensive Butch-Lewis Multi-Employer Pension Act, which more work needs to be done. American workers have a major victory in USMCA and will suffer the biggest loss if Congress fails to support this agreement. We are a bit frustrated. Today's markup should have taken place months ago. It's been over a year since President Trump and our North American neighbors signed the new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement. It's been over half a year since Mexico ratified the initial agreement and passed their groundbreaking labor reform. And due, unfortunately, to Democrats' misguided obsession with impeachment, moving forward on this pro-worker and pro-growth trade agreement has been neglected. We are finally moving in the House on our last day in session this year, so the Senate won't have time left to vote on this crucial agreement until 2020. It didn't have to be this way. But nonetheless, I am very encouraged that we are here today, finally moving forward together on this new strengthened North American trade agreement. It is time for us to move, and I strongly urge all members of this committee to pass it, because in the end, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement will not be a Republican win or a Democratic win, but a win for the American people in a stronger, more beneficial alliance with our North American trading partners. As the chairman said, today we're also considering a resolution concerning the World Trade Organization. I strongly support the WTO because it serves our interests to lead in setting and enforcing high-standard trade rules. But it's been clear for many years that reform is way overdue to modernize the organization, increase its transparency, address how it's strayed from its mandate, particularly with respect to the appellate body. The U.S. has been raising these issues through multiple administrations, and far too often, other WTO members have been unwilling to address these concerns. And even while insisting these concerns be addressed, the U.S. appropriately remains fully engaged in all aspects of the WTO's work, including negotiations, transparency, and dispute settlement. I commend Representative Schweikert and Representative Kind for introducing a bipartisan resolution that expresses strong support for the WTO while also outlining the urgent need to address these concerns. Congress is unified here. I'm pleased to support. Thank you, Chairman Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Our first order of business is House Resolution 746, a resolution to support and reform the WTO. This bipartisan resolution reaffirms the U.S. commitment to the World Trade Organization and calls on the United States to work with other WTO members to pursue reforms that address longstanding concerns with the WTO appellate body. Discipline the use of special and differential treatment, increase transparency at the WTO, and remediate the failure to satisfy critical WTO notification obligations. And it also creates new rules and structures that promote peace, prosperity, open markets, and open societies. I want to commend Ron Kind and Dave Schweikert for their leadership on this issue, and I am pleased now to recognize Mr. Kind for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for scheduling this important resolution and moving it out of committee today. This is a resolution that is as important as it is timely. And I want to thank Mr. Schweikert for your partnership and cooperation in drafting the resolution as well. It's important because it reestablishes Congress's support for the World Trade Organization, an organization that we helped create and that we have led in throughout the years, that establishes a rules-based global trading system and the ability for member nations to come together to resolve their trade disputes peacefully. That's important as we move forward in helping to shape the global rules of trade, to level the playing field for our workers, our farmers, our ranches, our businesses, so that we have the ability to fairly compete and the ability to enforce the rules when there are those choosing not to comply by them. But it's also timely because last Tuesday, on December 10th, the appellate body of the World Trade Organization ceases to function. It's a panel that normally comprises 7 members. It requires 3 to have a quorum. Of the 3 that we're currently serving, 2 of their terms just expired. We as a nation have been blocking further appointments to that panel as we are working on crucial reforms to the WTO to modernize it and bring it into the 21st century. Reforms that previous administration that have been working on, including the current one now. We had an opportunity to go over with a small bipartisan delegation to Geneva to meet with our WTO ambassador this fall, Dennis Shea. And we met with a lot of the WTO ambassadors there, encouraging them to embrace the reforms that we've been trying to accomplish with the organization for some time, but have been pulling up short. Reforms that would constrain the appellate body, for instance, to operate within the parameters of the rules that we give them, rather than expansive decisions, expansive views that were not agreed to by the other participating members. Increased transparency and reporting requirements, for instance. Also a problem we have with self-identity now, with more developed countries still hiding behind the less developed status given trade preferences such as, shall we say it, China, that we believe has been abusing that status for quite some time. So this has been a bipartisan attempt with both Democratic and Republican administrations to move forward on. And we felt that it was important for the Congress to weigh in with this resolution in order to give our current ambassador further tools in order to take the argument in the WTO about why this is important to get done, especially in a timely manner. The fact that the appellate body now ceases to function creates a brave new world that we are unfamiliar with, and no one can predict what the consequences will be. Will nations now that have received a lower panel favorable decision result to self-help and encourage trade wars then between the member nations, a la akin to the 1930s, where it's every country for themselves? Or, as we are hearing now, there are discussions occurring, plurilateral, to create an alternative dispute resolution panel to the exclusion of the United States. So we wouldn't even be a participating member of that. And that could create a very dangerous dynamic of the rest of the world turning their backs on us and the leadership that I think it's important for us to provide in establishing the rules. This is a jump ball today in regards to who the preeminent economic power will be here in the 21st century. I think what hasn't been considered is the fact that ultimately Germany will make this decision, depending on which way they decide to tilt. If they continue to move towards China's way, they will take the EU with them, and it will be the EU and China established in rules of global trade to our exclusion. So how we manage this relationship with the other members in the WTO, but especially some of our crucial allies that we want to keep within the same tent as us, because they do share many of the same democratic values and economic values that we've been promoting, is very much at stake in all this. So I think it's important that we move forward on this resolution, affirming our support for the crucial function the WTO plays, but also a recognition of the important reforms that we and previous administrations have been working on for some time. I also want to thank Representatives Beyer and Smith, Marchant, and Estes, who went along with me to the WTO this fall for the discussions, and also their involvement in drafting this legislation. I think we struck a sweet spot with this, Mr. Chairman. It has received good bipartisan support. We're in conversations with the Senate now, too, to see if they are interested in doing something comparable or similar. But I think a strong passage of this resolution sends a strong message to Geneva right now and the participating members that we are serious about helping that organization succeed, but also modernizing it and implementing the type of reforms that we feel are necessary to make sure it is functioning the way we intended. With that, I encourage support for the resolution, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kine. Now let me recognize and acknowledge the good work of Mr. Schweikert for his purpose of an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Brady and Mr. Kine. Thank you. On occasion, we get these moments where something starts to move that's been one of our personal fixations. So those of you who've had to listen to my tirades on the WTO and how to fix it, I apologize. From a very practical standpoint, let's be honest. WTO, if we're going to have a rules-based trade, is really important. 98% of the world trade moves between WTO countries, but the dispute mechanisms are functionally calcified. And if any of you ever really want to be bored out of your mind, read some of the opinions written by the adjudicators. They read more like they're written by philosopher kings. Okay, that was meant to be funny. But the fact of the matter is, there's just a handful of things here. One is the timelines. The fact of the matter is, we're living in a world where many of the disputes are technology-based. And yet, by the time an adjudication is done through the appeal process, the very dispute that was in play, the world has moved on, the technology has moved on, the business process, the manufacturing has moved on. How do we change the timelines, move the adjudicators to actually write opinions on the actual question instead of trying to philosophize things that they weren't actually asked? And how do we as members, all of us have the occasion where representatives of other governments that are part of the WTO come visit us. How do we help them also say, this is important to you, Japan, this is important to you, EU, this is important. Help us all, because this is going to have to be done in a cooperative effort to reform the adjudication process, the timelines, the scope of decision-making, and the enforcement mechanisms within those. So, look, we're going the right direction, but I had the feeling we're going to have a couple of years of being dogged on this, Mr. Chairman. Just keep pushing it. And that's not dogged, that's being dogged on the issue. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman for his alliteration. The committee will now proceed to consideration of House Resolution 746, a resolution to support and reform the World Trade Organization. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. Now let me turn to Catherine Tai, Staff Director for the Subcommittee on Trade, to summarize the components of the resolution. I ask that members hold their questions until after her presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Neal. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes 3 changes to House Resolution 746. First, it strikes the preamble. Second, it removes the serial comma from the last line in the 7th whereas clause. And third, it removes the serial comma from the last line in Section 3E of the resolved section. House Resolution 746 expresses the sense of the House of Representatives that the United States should affirm its commitment as a member of the World Trade Organization and work with other WTO members to achieve reforms at the WTO that improve the speed and predictability of dispute settlement, address longstanding concerns with the WTO's appellate body, increase transparency at the WTO, ensure that WTO members invoke special and differential treatment reserved for developing countries only in fair and appropriate circumstances, and update the WTO rules to address the needs of the United States and other free and open economies in the 21st century. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Tide. Are there any questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Does anyone wish to strike the last word? The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word. And I was proud to join my friend Ron Kine in introducing this resolution in the wake of our October study trip to Geneva, where we really did a deep dive on the problems with the appellate body, transparency and notification, special and differential treatment. And while I understand the frustration of Republican and Democratic and Republican administrations with the appellate body, nevertheless, I believe it was a terrible decision to essentially kill it in the short run. The United States' longstanding desires for reform of the body detailed in this resolution. But despite this, the WTO dispute resolution settlement has been a positive force for the United States and the world economy, and we are worse off without it. Already we are seeing other major nations recreating the appellate body, but without us. It's parallel to what happened with the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We pulled out of the TPP, but the other 11 nations went ahead without us. The appropriate response to our concerns with the appellate body is to lead an earnest reform effort in good faith, not pick up our toys and go home. Reporting out this resolution in a strong bipartisan fashion is critical to voicing bipartisan, ongoing support, American support for the WTO, to which dispute settlement is absolutely central. And this bipartisan support will ensure that this current break is not a death knell, it's not a permanent condition, only a temporary lapse. And the U.S. ultimately will renew its strong, inspirational leadership of the WTO, restore its functionality, and help remake it for the 21st century in partnership with our allies. The U.S. economy and the health, welfare, and lives of 7 billion people depend on trade with clear rules and strong enforcement. So I want to thank Congressman Kind and Congressman Schweikert for their leadership. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman has moved to strike the last word, and he's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As representative of the air capital of the world and the breadbasket of America, I've been a long-time strong advocate for free and fair trade, which has lifted millions of people out of poverty all around the world.
Okay.
For over 2 decades, the World Trade Organization has been an integral part of that achievement. However, nearly 25 years after its creation, the WTO is now in desperate need of reform. I continue to believe the WTO can play a critical part in strengthening and reinforcing beneficial trade policies around the world. Unfortunately, over the last decades, member countries have refused to make necessary and overdue reforms that would strengthen the WTO. Some of those reforms include the need for increased transparency, improving the notification process regarding changes within member countries, and addressing concerns within the effectiveness and efficiency of the appellate body. Making these reforms are needed to ensure that WTO can continue to strengthen global trade through the 21st century. In October, I traveled to Geneva with a bipartisan delegation to meet with the WTO officials and discuss some of these reform ideas. And today, I'm proud to support House Resolution 746 to express the sense of the House of Representatives that these reforms are necessary to support the WTO and strengthen the United States' leading role in the organization. I want to thank Representatives Kind and Schweikert for their leadership on this issue, and I look forward to seeing this resolution pass in the House. With that, I yield back to the House.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I, too, deeply appreciate my friend, Congressman Kind, bringing this forward, Mr. Schweikert, and his willingness to lead the delegation to Geneva and make sure that the world knows that we're interested in being engaged. It's time to reestablish American leadership at a critical juncture. And we're sending too many signals today that we're going alone, withdrawing, ceding leadership, particularly to the Chinese. The world needs American leadership in economic factors in terms of dealing with trade. Many of us have seen signals that the world wants this American leadership. Done right, we can profoundly shape the outcome for the WTO. We have the most at stake in terms of our economy. We need our leadership to make sure that our interests are protected. This sends a signal that we're committed to both reform and to leadership. And I appreciate Congressman Kind's willingness to assume a leadership role on our trade subcommittee to help guide this moving into the new year, where the subcommittee can do follow-up work to make sure that this isn't a one-off, that we are continuing to make sure that we're going to have engagement both sides of the aisle to reassert that leadership that is so necessary. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me
Excuse
recognize the gentleman from
Mr.
Texas.
Chairman, may I yield to Mr. Kind?
You may yield.
No, I want to thank the gentleman for his help and support with the resolution, the leadership that he's shown on the Trade Subcommittee, his interest in the subject. And listen, it's no secret that the Trump administration has had a bit of a love-hate relationship with the WTO. It's another multilateral institution that he's trying to figure out and get comfortable with. But to his trade ambassador's credit, Bob Lighthizer, Ambassador Lighthizer has publicly stated that if the WTO did not already exist today, one would have to be created in order to keep peace within the trading community. So I think there's a strong recognition in the administration about the important role that the WTO does play. I think we are well served with a very capable ambassador in Dennis Shea right now in Geneva. It's been a frustrating tenure for him, trying to negotiate the type of reforms that we're calling for in this resolution as well. But I think it's work that's well worth the effort because of what is at stake. And I just want to remind my colleagues, too, that we have been extremely successful in bringing complaints before the WTO. In fact, virtually every one that we filed, we win because they are well-researched, they're well-backed, they're evidence-based, and we typically win, including 24 of the most recent ones that have been filed against China for their violation of WTO rules. Now, trying to get those implemented is another area of reform on an efficient and expedited fashion. But nonetheless, China as a member is abiding by those rules and recognizing decisions that are issued against them. And I think this is another perhaps better approach in our trade relationship with China, as opposed to the unilateral tit-for-tat trade war that the current administration is pursuing, and China then hitting us with retaliatory tariffs, devastating many of my family farmers in Wisconsin and manufacturers and driving up the cost of goods for us consumers. There may be a more multilateral approach with a coalition of like-minded, value-sharing nations who are willing to join us in standing up to China. In fact, those discussions are currently taking place, Mr. Chairman, at the WTO. Plurilateral negotiations to tighten the protection of intellectual property, to prohibit forced technology transfers, to prohibit illegal subsidies to state-owned enterprises, all of which are the structural reforms that President Trump, the current administration, and we share when it comes to China. But I would submit that if we can accomplish those goals through the WTO, of which China is already a member, it will be hard then for China to ignore those type of structural changes and reforms with their own trading practices. So this may give us an opportunity in the future to pursue another avenue to achieving the same type of objectives that I think all of us share with the administration, but differ in his strategy and his approach in the trade war, which seems to be endless right now. With that, I yield back to my friend.
I appreciate the gentleman's comments, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last one.
Gentleman is recognized.
I appreciate the comments from my colleague, Mr. Kind, and I support his efforts in this resolution, along with Mr. Schweikert and everybody involved. So thank you for your leadership on that. I think in your previous comments about what Trump's doing, our president, and what we're trying to do here, I don't think it's an either or. I think it's both. And I think the president, we haven't seen a politician, a political leader, take on China like has been necessitated to get them to the table. We're looking at $200 billion in purchase of American products, $80 billion to $100 billion in ag. That's almost twice what they've purchased before. I'm more interested in the structural reforms. I hope we can make some headway there. I think it's both. I think it's both. And I applaud the president for having the political courage to withstand the lobbying that the incoming from a lot of interest around the country. And it's real pain that is being felt. And I can attest to that, especially with respect to my farmers in West Texas. And they cannot sustain this for too long. So I hope we can hit reset in the near future and get on down the road, so to speak. But with respect to WTO, that's the next big thing to tackle. It's a necessary mechanism if you're going to have rules-based trading system to promote free and fair trade around the globe. We have to have a rulemaking, enforcement, and adjudicating body, and this current setup is wholly insufficient. And it's fundamentally broken in areas that you call out, Mr. Kind, in a very articulate way in the resolution. And I read it with great interest. I won't go through all the statements, but I just wholeheartedly agree with the various points you make and the places to reform, big ones being make sure in a rules-based system that the rules are fair and that they apply to all in a fair and equitable way, that they promote free trade and that they're relevant and current, that the dispute resolution process, as you mentioned, Mr. Kind, is transparent, it's efficient, it's well-functioning. That's not happening to date. And then the last and maybe the most sinister in my mind of problems and needs for reform within that body of WTO is this ability to self-identify as a developing nation when you're one of the largest, fastest growing, most sophisticated economies, mainly I'm speaking of China. And it's unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable, that China has been gaming us and others and hiding behind the WTO unfair advantage with respect to declaring yourself as a developing country. Here's some statistics just to wrap up my remarks. But first is the fact that when China joined the WTO in 2001, since then, the United States has shipped more than 3.4 million jobs overseas and shuttered 70,000 American factories. Maybe not all of that is on account of China, but a whole lot of it is. China is now the world's largest subsidizer in terms of agriculture. It's real hard for my dirt farmers in West Texas to compete with state-owned enterprise farming. Beijing provided an estimated $212 billion in farm subsidies in 2016. European Union, $100 billion. The United States, $33 billion. Subsidies now make up a significant portion of earnings for Chinese farmers, accounting for 38% of their revenue for wheat, 29% for corn, 32% for rice. By comparison, U.S. subsidies constitute 8% of U.S. farm earnings for wheat, 4% for corn, 2% for rice. It is an unfair playing field, and it is distorting markets, it's suppressing prices, and it is doing a number on the American farmer. And we need to tackle these issues in a serious and vigorous way. And Mr. Kine, I commend you for your leadership, and Mr. Schweiker, and I'm behind you 100%, and I want to come alongside you and join that effort. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank our colleagues, Kind and Schweikert, for introducing this important legislation. As an original co-sponsor of H.R. 746, I believe that Congress needs to take urgent action to address the current crisis at the World Trade Organization. I'm a strong advocate for rules-based global trading systems because I know that Alabama's farmers and manufacturers can thrive in a global marketplace as long as there's a level playing field. Now, we all know that there are systemic issues with the WTO. We have numerous cases where the appellate body has overstepped its authority. Also, the WTO has not been effective in enforcing transparency and notification obligation of member states and has not successfully dealt with Chinese subsidies to state-owned enterprises. While these and other challenges are in front of us, I remain optimistic that if America takes a leading role in proposing thoughtful reforms, we can make the WTO an equitable and transparent organization that will protect American workers and promote economic growth. However, I am growing increasingly worried that America's current trade policy is less concerned about proposing constructive solutions to the WTO and more concerned with dismantling our international trading system. What the world needs at this time of crisis is American leadership, and I applaud this committee for stepping up to the plate and proposing this resolution. As I have stated in this committee many times, I believe that the United States needs to work with its allies to address the continued trade threat from China. The Trump administration has taken a unilateral approach for the past 3 years, and they have little to show for it. It's long past time to join with our allies and take this opportunity to begin recrafting our global trading system to address the growing threat from China and other non-market economies. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup.
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I support this resolution today, and I want to thank Mr. Kine, Mr. Schweikert, because this resolution expresses our strong resolve to reform the World Trade Organization and ensure that all countries play by the rules. And I believe that open markets and rules-based trade enhance both our prosperity and our national security. However, when we see non-market economies like China game the system take advantage of international trade rules, it puts American interests at a disadvantage. I'm particularly concerned that while China seeks to expand its influence in the Asia-Pacific region and dominate industries of the future like AI and 5G, it claims that it is still a developing country just to take advantage of special World Trade Organization privileges. Additionally, the WTO appellate body has far exceeded its mandate by unilaterally reinterpreting WTO agreements without the consent of all WTO members. Successive administrations, both parties, have recognized these flaws and consistently reiterated the need for reform of the WTO's outdated rules that have not kept pace with the challenges of the 21st century global trading system. The resolution before us today expresses strong concern with those longstanding problems and makes clear that Congress supports efforts to reform the WTO so that it works for the 21st century. I stand in strong support of a global trading system that enhances our national security, our national prosperity, and our national values. I support H.R. 746 because it advances these goals, and I look forward to continuing this much-needed conversation going forward. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Washington State, Ms. Delbene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
Thank you, and I want to thank Congressman Kind and Schweikert. I'm very pleased to support this important resolution. These days, the WTO is too often associated with failed negotiations like the Doha Development Round. However, there have been important successes, such as the expansion of the Information Technology Agreement and the Trade Facilitation Agreement, which will significantly reduce trade costs of manufactured and agricultural goods. These achievements were only possible because the U.S. was committed to making the institution work and worked constructively with other WTO members. In addition to being a forum for multilateral negotiations, one of the WTO's most important functions is dispute settlement. A functional, transparent dispute settlement is clearly in our interests, but there have been ongoing concerns with judicial overreach and arbitrators overstepping their mandates. Unfortunately, this is not a new issue, and both the Bush and Obama administrations had serious concerns with the current dispute settlement system. I strongly urge the Trump administration to play a constructive role in the effort to reform the WTO so that we can have a functioning dispute settlement system and a functioning WTO. The challenges that face the multilateral trading system are great, but I strongly believe that a reformed WTO offers us the best chance to ensure that trade is achieved in a manner that is consistent with our values. The WTO is currently in the middle of important negotiations to reduce fishery subsidies that will improve the health of fish stocks, as well as the e-commerce negotiations that aim to set standards around digital trade. If we retreat from negotiations and aren't at the center of reform efforts, it'll make it harder for us to drive the agenda on key issues that will define the coming decades. I strongly support this resolution, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also would echo the comments of my colleagues in being supportive of H Resolution 746, and want to thank Congressman Kind and Schweikert for putting forth this resolution. And when I think about the WTO, you go back and you look at in 2001, China was brought into the WTO, and at the time the argument was made that if you bring China in, they will rise to the same standards of every other industrialized country in the world. They will play by the same rules. Today, we've had 20 cases against China in the WTO. We've won every one of them. There is one pending now, or maybe two pending now, but we've won every one of them. The problem is it takes 3 to 5 years to get a result. And so when you think about how do we change that, that's what this resolution at least starts down the path of doing. And really what China and a number of other countries have done is they've manipulated the system, taken advantage of it, and whether that's distorting markets, stealing our intellectual property and getting away with it, the forced technology transfers. When you finally get a result from the WTO, it's too hard to implement that in a quick fashion, and businesses have already adapted and moved on. So the need for this reform is important. And when I think about my farmers, I have the 8th largest ag district in the country in terms of corn and soybean production, and you look at the cases that have affected them, and also with manufacturing also. So this is a good start, and hopefully we can see those reforms to make this system better and work the way that was originally intended to, and to stop countries from taking advantage of the system. With that, I look forward to being supportive, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of a resolution to support and reform the World Trade Organization. I want to thank my colleagues, Kine and Schweiker, for their leadership on this resolution. The World Trade Organization, or the WTO, is essential to enforcing the agreement. Free trade is fair trade. The WTO is critical for enforcing rules for the multilateral trade system and resolving trade disputes. However, the WTO appellate body has been overstepping its mandate by adding or diminishing rights and obligations of the WTO members. Further, the WTO needs to increase its transparency by making hearings and submissions open to the public. It is also needed to make sure it provides special treatment on a fair basis, improves the dispute settlement process, and updates the rules. I urge the committee to pass the WTO resolution. The WTO resolution is critical to the global economy. It is especially essential in a city such as Philadelphia, which has 25% poverty. This is extremely essential in terms of a poverty bill. It must be fair and free trade. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
You know, I'm grateful to Congressman Kine and my other colleagues on the committee who crafted this resolution for their leadership on this important issue. And I agree with much of what has been said about my colleagues' intent with this resolution, but feel it's not reflected in the resolution as written. If the resolution had reflected the balanced nature of what's been said in this committee today, I could have supported it. You know, the George W. Bush administration had concerns with the WTO appellate body. Nevertheless, when it left office, there were 7 appellate body judges, and the appellate body was fully functioning. The Obama administration had concerns with the appellate body as well. However, when it left office, there were 7 judges, and the appellate body was fully operational. Naturally, the Trump administration has concerns with the appellate body too, but its approach to this problem has been dramatically different from its predecessors. Between 2017 and 2019, as the terms of the appellate body judges have expired or as judges have resigned, the administration has blocked the appointment of any new judges. The administration is not blocking individuals from becoming judges because of well-founded concerns that the individual will engage in judicial overreach or not strictly follow the dispute settlement understanding as agreed to by the WTO members. Instead, the administration is categorically blocking any individual from being considered. As far as I'm aware, no other country supports the administration's tactics. And as a result of American actions, as of a week ago, there is only 1 appellate body judge whose term has not expired, and the appellate body is no longer able to hear new cases because 3 judges are necessary for a quorum. The binding dispute settlement system is the beating heart of the WTO, and through its brazen actions, the Trump administration is driving a stake through the WTO's heart. This is a huge threat to American economic prosperity and to the rules-based global trading system that bipartisan American leadership helped build over generations. We must bear in mind that the U.S. wins over 85% of cases that it brings to the WTO, so claims by the President that the U.S. never wins in Geneva are inaccurate. Appellate body rulings have been particularly helpful to the U.S. ag sector. We have effectively used the dispute settlement process to prohibit barriers that other countries have adopted to disadvantage our ag exports. Likewise, the United States has used the dispute settlement process to bring China into better conformity with WTO rules. According to the Peterson Institute, of the roughly 20 cases that the U.S. brought against China between 2002 and 2019, the U.S. won 11 times, China agreed to settle 9 times, and the U.S. has never lost. That's a pretty good record. Without an appellate body, the U.S. will lose the ability to compel China and other countries to come into compliance when a panel rules against them. These countries can simply appeal to the appellate body, and the case will sit there in perpetuity, unable to be resolved or enforced. With no appellate body, every trade dispute between nations could devolve into a mini trade war, with countries imposing tariffs and counter-tariffs on each other. That will mean new and damaging taxes on American companies and consumers, because tariffs are, after all, taxes. There's an old adage that says, you don't know what you've got until it's gone, and I think that applies here. The U.S. may lose some cases at the WTO, and we may not be happy about that, but we may be right that some institutional reforms are required, but destroying the WTO appellate body cannot be the right answer. You know, this resolution consists of a couple clauses expressing support for the WTO, which I genuinely appreciate, but the core of the resolution is just a critique of the WTO, including the appellate body. The resolution reinforces this administration's complaints about the appellate body without acknowledging the many ways in which the appellate body advances U.S. economic interests. In normal times, I might be able to swallow my concerns and support this resolution, even though I think some of the longstanding U.S. concerns about the WTO are less valid than others. But the point is that we're not living in normal times. The President of the United States has just caused the appellate body to stop functioning, and he's done so on our watch. If this committee truly seeks to support and reform the WTO, it should have balanced the legitimate calls for reforms with a clear call for the administration to take all reasonable steps to revive the appellate body. And because the resolution before us does not strike the appropriate balance, I will be opposing it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Anybody wish to be heard? If there are no amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Let me recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Lewis, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report House Resolution 746 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on favorably reporting the bill, House Resolution 746 as amended. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and House Resolution 746 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. Without objection, staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bill, and members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. Our next order of business, H.R. 5430, to implement the agreement between the United States of America, the United Mexican States, and Canada, is before us. I'd like to start by acknowledging John Melly, native of Springfield, Massachusetts, as he informed me this morning, Assistant U.S. Trade Representative for the Western Hemisphere. Mr. Melly has had a distinguished career in his more than 3 decades of service at USTR. He was at USTR for the original NAFTA and is now here to shepherd through USMCA. We appreciate your service and thank you for joining us today. With that, I want to recognize Trade Subcommittee Chairman Blumenauer, who played a critical role in getting this deal across the finish line.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your leadership, strongly identify with some of your comments in the opening statement. Take one modest exception to my good friend, the ranking member. What we were given at the beginning of this Congress was legislation that was flawed. Despite wide recognition of the problems of NAFTA 1.0, the agreement that was presented to us was one that did not have the votes to pass the House, wouldn't pass this committee, and frankly, I don't think merited. We embarked on a pretty aggressive program over the course of the year, not because of other things, but despite all of the things swirling around, I think we made remarkable progress. I am pleased that what we have here reflects on what can happen if we're willing to come together, dig in, listen to a wide range of opinions, which we did. I appreciate the personal investment of the Speaker in creating a working group that at times was a little frustrating, but I think time will prove that the approach she took helped accelerate progress with Ambassador Lighthizer, who was remarkably cooperative, and giving the focus that it needed. The Speaker, with everything she had going on, didn't need to invest as much personally, but she did, not just in terms of engaging, encouraging, but weighing in right up until that last weekend, Mr. Chairman, where I know you and the Speaker were nailing down some final details, important to make sure that we had an agreement that could pass muster, not just get the votes, but would be worthy of support. I think that's very, very important. The agreement that we have before us now, I think, is path-breaking in a number of areas. NAFTA was widely recognized as failing in terms of not having adequate protections for labor either in the United States or in Mexico. Indeed, when we review what has actually happened over the course of the period of NAFTA being enacted, there has been virtually no increase in real wages for workers in Mexico or in the United States. And there were a number of hundreds of thousands of Mexican workers who were in unions they didn't even know they belonged to. We have taken steps working with our Mexican friends, working with organized labor, to have meaningful protections for workers in Mexico and being able to make sure that the enforcement is real. Work that's been done in terms of environmental issues. One of the things that we've talked about at the outset is one of the real failures in NAFTA 1.0, and a number of us went on a Codel to Mexico, stood on the banks looking at raw sewage continuing to flow into the Pacific Ocean, and then moving north to San Diego and to the waters where our Navy SEALs train. This agreement provides real money, $600 million, to be able to deal with the serious environmental challenges. And we have support from the administration moving forward. We've removed provisions that made it hard to enforce environmental provisions because of the presumption that it was not in a manner affecting trade or investment. Those are stripped out. The area that I'm most excited about deals with pharmaceutical protections. This is one that was given to us that, frankly, didn't deal with issues of evergreening, periods of exclusivity that are too long, in fact, much longer than what we had with the TPP. This, I think, is a clean sweep for the working group and for the subcommittee and the committee, strengthening access to medicine in ways that are going to make a big difference for American consumers. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the work that you have done. I appreciate the involvement of the Speaker. I appreciate the give and take that we've had with Ambassador Lighthizer. And I know my Republican colleagues were involved advancing their concerns, keeping the pressure on, moving forward. I think it was worth the wait. We have an agreement that I think is worthy of our support. I'm looking forward to advancing it today and having it enacted so that we can receive the benefits of the hard work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the ranking member, Mr. Brady, for the purpose of an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Neal. During my time on the Ways and Means Committee, I've been proud to help lead passage of 12 of the trade agreements America has in place today and 2 updates to the Trade Promotion Authority that lays out the rules for the White House and Congress to follow in developing and considering trade agreements. So this is number 13, and it is a good one. I believe in the freedom to trade, and I truly believe it's the greatest economic freedom we possess, lays at the heart of our free enterprise system. As Thomas Jefferson wrote, commerce with other nations is not only necessary and beneficial to all parties, it is a right and a duty. It's an honor to be sitting here today debating an agreement that embraces and enhances this freedom. Members should take pride in the work that they have done and put in to make today's debate a reality. I particularly want to recognize and thank Vern Buchanan, our Republican leader on the Trade Subcommittee. From day one, he's been a champion in making USMCA a win for Florida farmers, manufacturing, and the United States of America. With that, I yield the balance of my time to Ranking Member Buchanan.
Mr. Buchanan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you and the leader, for both of you, for your energy and effort and being possibility thinkers. It's been a long time coming. There's been a lot of challenges, but I'm so excited about we're here today because it's a new, improved, big-time version. Mr. Chairman, thanks for holding this markup. Our consideration of this bill is long overdue, with every day delay costing hardworking Americans the many benefits of this agreement. USMCA presents an opportunity to update our most vital trade relationships so that they work well for all Americans. My home state of Florida annually exports over $12 billion of goods and services to Canada and Mexico, supporting over 700,000 jobs. USMCA will further boost employment by creating 176,000 new jobs for hardworking Americans and add $68 billion in new economic activity. That's good news for American manufacturers, farmers, and ranchers. I'm a strong supporter of USMCA because it modernizes our trade relationships with our closest trading partners in a smart, effective, and seamless way. That includes areas like agriculture, custom and trade facilitation, services, digital trade, where USMCA sets the gold standard for our trade agreements. USMCA contains groundbreaking labor standards that will improve labor conditions by forcing Mexico to improve working conditions that have allowed Mexican factories to outcompete American manufacturers. That's good news for American businesses and workers who can now compete on a level playing field. As a businessman, I know that a contract is only as good as the parties involved. That is why strong enforcement mechanisms which allow countries to hold each other accountable are essential to our trade agreement. USMCA now ensures that all such obligations will be subject to meaningful dispute settlement. For the past year, I've been working hard across the aisle to build support for USMCA, so I'm pleased that we are finally here to move the implementing bill forward. I want to congratulate President Trump and Ambassador Lighthizer, and I would say that the ambassador has been incredible because I've heard many on both sides of the aisle that really respect his effort in this whole thing. He's been a tremendous leader for delivering a truly modern trade agreement that can be supported by both Republicans and Democrats. I look forward to a strong, bipartisan vote on USMCA this week. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan, and I will testify to the fact that not a day has gone by in 7 months where you didn't seek me out on the floor for an update on the USMCA package. There is an opportunity now as we proceed. I know that Mr. Smith is asked to be recognized. There was some time left on Mr. Buchanan's side if he wishes to yield to Mr. Smith for that purpose. There will be ample time to coming forward. Okay. So let me welcome again Assistant U.S. Trade Representative for the Western Hemisphere, John Mealy, and Deputy General Counsel for the Office of United States Trade Representative Maria Pagan. Both are seated at the table with the committee's Chief Trade Counsel, Catherine Tai, and they will be available to answer member questions today should they arise. As we now proceed to consider H.R. 5430, and without objection, the measure will be considered as read, I want members to be reminded that under Trade Promotion Authority, trade agreements are formally submitted by the President to the Congress, and they cannot be amended. Accordingly, no amendments will be considered today. After we hear the presentation from Ms. Tai, I will recognize members for 5 minutes in order of seniority. Members will be free to use their 5 minutes to present support, concerns, clarifications, or to inquire. I think this is indeed the most efficient way to proceed. And now I will turn to Catherine Tai, Chief Trade Counsel and Staff Director for the Subcommittee on Trade, who did a remarkable job on this proposal to summarize components of the final implementing agreement for USMCA. I ask members to hold their questions until after her presentation. Ms. Tai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 5430 implements the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement, or USMCA, which replaces the North American Free Trade Agreement, also known as NAFTA. In many instances, H.R. 5430 will replace portions of the North American Free Trade Agreement Implementation Act. In other instances, H.R. 5430 will amend portions of the NAFTA Implementation Act and then transfer them to the USMCA Implementation Act. In certain other instances, H.R. 5430 will transfer portions of the NAFTA Implementation Act substantively unchanged into the USMCA Implementation Act at the moment of the USMCA's entry into force. Finally, H.R. 5430 also creates new provisions that are not reflected in the NAFTA Implementation Act. The bill has 9 titles. Title I sets out approval and general provisions, including in Section 101, the approval and entry into force of the USMCA. In Section 102, the relationship of the USMCA to United States and state law. In 103, implementing actions in anticipation of entry into force, initial regulations, and tariff proclamation authority. Section 104 covers consultation and layover provisions for and the effective date of proclaimed actions. 105 addresses administration of dispute settlement proceedings. Section 106 lays out the trade representative's authority, and Section 107, the effective date for the agreement. In Title II, the bill addresses customs provisions, including in Section 201, the exclusion of originating goods of USMCA countries from Special Agriculture Safeguard Authority. In Section 202, the rules of origin. Section 202A lays out the special rules of origin for automotive goods. Section 203 on the merchandise processing fee. Section 204, the disclosure of incorrect information, false certifications of origin, denial of preferential tariff treatment. Section 207 addresses actions regarding the verification of claims under the USMCA. And in Section 208, which addresses drawback, the drawback provisions will be transferred with appropriate amendments from the NAFTA Implementation Act drawback provision to the USMCA Implementation Act by operation of Section 501 of H.R. 5430. Section 210 addresses regulations which direct the Secretary of Treasury and the Secretary of Labor to prescribe the regulations necessary to carry out the provisions in Title II. Title III addresses the application of USMCA to sectors and services. Subtitle A provides for relief from injury caused by import competition, and Subtitle B provides for temporary entry of business persons. These provisions will transfer from the NAFTA Implementation Act to the USMCA Implementation Act through the operation of Sections 502 and 503 of H.R. 5430. Subtitle C addresses U.S.-Mexico cross-border long-haul trucking services. It provides that the United States may adopt certain limitations on grants of authority for persons of Mexico to provide long-haul trucking services in certain circumstances where cross-border trucking services cause or are threatening to cause material harm to the U.S. industry. This provision also establishes the process by which the United States may impose limitations on such grants of authority. Title IV addresses anti-dumping and countervailing duties. Subtitle A provides for cooperation with Canada and Mexico to prevent duty evasion. In Subtitle B, the dispute settlement in anti-dumping and countervailing duty cases will be transferred from the NAFTA Implementation Act to the USMCA Implementation Act through the operation of Section 504 in Title V. Subtitle C makes conforming amendments to U.S. trade statutes. Subtitle D addresses the effect of termination of USMCA country status on AD/CVD dispute settlement proceedings. Title V of the bill sets out transfer provisions and other amendments. The provisions of Title V amend and transfer portions of the NAFTA Implementation Act to the USMCA Implementation Act. Those provisions relate to drawback in Section 501, relief from injury caused by import competition in Section 502, temporary entry, Section 503, dispute settlement in AD and CVD cases in Section 504, government procurement in Section 505, actions affecting United States cultural industries in Section 506, regulatory treatment of uranium purchases in Section 507, and in Section 508, a report on amendments to existing law. Title VI addresses the transition to an extension of USMCA. Subtitle A sets out transitional provisions that repeal the NAFTA Implementation Act in Section 601 and continue the suspension of the U.S.-Canada Free Trade Agreement in Section 602. Subtitle B provides for joint reviews regarding the extension of USMCA. It sets forth a process for the parties to conduct a joint review of the agreement on the 6th anniversary of its entry into force and for annual reviews thereafter if a party does not confirm that it wishes to extend the term of the agreement at such joint review. Subtitle C addresses the termination of USMCA. Title VII sets out labor monitoring and enforcement provisions in U.S. law. Subtitle A establishes the Interagency Labor Committee for Monitoring and Enforcement. It also creates enforcement priorities for this committee, requires assessments by the committee, empowers the committee to make recommendations for enforcement actions, creates a petition process and a hotline for stakeholders and others to raise concerns, creates reporting requirements to Congress, the Labor Advisory Committee, and requires consultations on appointment and funding of rapid response labor panelists. Subtitle B provides for labor attachés to be posted at U.S. embassies and consulates in Mexico to assist the Interagency Labor Committee in its monitoring efforts and to support Mexico's ongoing labor reform implementation efforts. Subtitle C establishes an independent Mexico Labor Expert Board of 12 members that will be appointed by the Labor Advisory Committee, the Speaker and Minority Leader of the House of Representatives, and the Senate Majority and Minority Leaders. The board will be responsible for producing an annual report to the Interagency Labor Committee and the Committee on Ways and Means and the Senate Finance Committee. That report will contain an assessment of Mexico's labor reform implementation efforts and general labor law enforcement. Subtitle D requires the U.S. government to better coordinate its enforcement efforts and report to Congress on a regular basis regarding its efforts to prohibit the importation of goods produced through forced or child labor with respect to the USMCA and more broadly. It requires a forced labor task force to build upon the monitoring efforts currently being completed by the Department of Labor regarding forced and child labor. Subtitle E provides for the implementation of key elements of the facility-specific rapid response labor enforcement mechanism that is established in Annex 31A of the USMCA. Subtitle E requires USTR to immediately submit reports issued by a rapid response labor panel to the Labor Advisory Committee, the Committee on Ways and Means, and the Senate Finance Committee, and to the petitioner. It also provides the U.S. government with the ability to impose remedies in accordance with Annex 31A. Title VIII addresses environment monitoring and enforcement. Subtitle A of Title VIII establishes the Interagency Environment Committee for Monitoring and Enforcement. It requires that committee to undertake an assessment of Canada and Mexico's environmental laws and policies to identify any gaps and key priority areas for continued assessment and monitoring, technical assistance and capacity building, and enhanced cooperation. It requires the committee to undertake monitoring and enforcement activities and imposes reporting requirements to Congress. Subtitle B requires the EPA to lead an interagency effort to address high-priority treatment works to treat wastewater and other sources of pollution resulting from international transboundary water flows originating in Mexico. It also requires the assignment of 3 environmental experts from relevant U.S. government agencies to be detailed to the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative and assigned as environment attachés at the U.S. Embassy or Consulate in Mexico in order to assist the Interagency Environment Committee in its work. Subtitle C provides for a capital increase for the North American Development Bank, also known as the NAD Bank, to finance environmental infrastructure projects related to water pollution, water and wastewater treatment, water conservation, municipal solid waste, stormwater drainage, air quality, and renewable energy along the U.S.-Mexico border. Finally, Title IX, the USMCA supplemental appropriations, appropriates $843 million to implement and enforce the labor and environment obligations of the USMCA. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Tide. And as I indicated, I will now proceed by recognizing members in the order of seniority. Members may use their 5 minutes to make statements as well as to inquire, and I intend to move back and forth with the traditional regular order. Recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Lewis, to inquire.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and all the other members who worked so hard, and also the staff, to get us where we are today. Mr. Chairman, 26 years, you and I voted against, 26 years ago, it's been that long, against the NAFTA deal. I believe that we are the only members of this committee who took part in that debate against that agreement. There are moments in history when you have a duty and an obligation to speak truth to power. And I'm pleased this time to say thank you and all of the members of the committee that worked so hard and never gave up, but kept the faith and to keep your eyes on the prize. I often said that when you see something that is not right, not just, that we have a moral obligation to speak up and to speak out. In the pursuit of the original NAFTA deal, I felt in my heart of hearts that it was the wrong agreement for the American people. It was wrong. It was the wrong agreement for our sisters and brothers in Mexico. I remember speaking on the House floor on more than one occasion. In the original NAFTA deal, Congress turned a deaf ear to starvation wages. It was not right, it was not fair, it was not just. Congress turned a blind eye to human rights and labor rights. Congress held its tongue on the need to maintain and preserve this little piece of real estate that we called Earth. We knew that the impact of that deal would launch a global race to the bottom and destroy communities around our country and around the world. We learned from our blunders, from our mistakes. We knew that the rich would get richer and the working people would be sucked dry and forgotten. Mr. Chairman, time and truth proved that we were right. 26 years later, I'm so proud of this bill that begins to correct the wrongs of the original NAFTA. The ship is not upright, and we may again get back on our course, the right course, the good course, the necessary course. I would like to congratulate the working group on their tremendous work. In particular, I would like to recognize again our trade staff who fought tirelessly to fix the Turbo Agreement. And Mr. Chairman, I know you have not slept in months. You had people yelling on all sides. You stayed the course. You made a way out of no way. And I want to say thank you. We thank each and every one of you. Mr. Chairman, this is a new beginning, a new day in trade. This negotiated agreement does not include every wish and want, but it has the capacity to change lives for the American people and our beloved neighbors. From time to time, I said that we must not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Mr. Chairman, this agreement is good, not just for us, but for people to the south and to the north of us, and for people around the world. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, and I think all of us would agree any day that you get an affirmation from John Lewis, it's a good day. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Nunez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very pleased to be here today. After more than a year of delays, we are finally marking up the North American trade deal for the 21st century. I want to congratulate Ambassador Lighthizer and his team for shepherding this agreement to the finish line. I also want to commend the President for delivering yet again for America's farmers and workers. Under this agreement with Mexico and Canada, Ag products that had zero tariffs under NAFTA will continue to be tariff-free. Our farmers and ranchers will gain additional access to the remaining protected sectors. Disciplines for science-based sanitary and phytosanitary measures will be strengthened, and transparency will be increased to ensure that all three countries use similar processes to create one standard for our food supply. Enforcement will be enhanced to ensure the agreement is implemented correctly. Updated dispute settlement mechanisms will ensure the United States has prompt access to a dispute settlement panel when needed to allow U.S. businesses to compete on a level playing field. I hope that my colleagues will support this agreement with the United States, Mexico, and Canada, and on the floor this week so that the American people can quickly begin reaping this deal's many outstanding benefits. With that, I want to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Holding from North Carolina.
Thank you. USMCA is a good deal and will benefit every corner of the country. It will empower business of all sizes across all industries to grow and create jobs. It will supercharge the digital economy and provide our farmers and manufacturers with much-needed certainty and market access. And I want to take a minute to commend my friend Ambassador Bob Lighthizer for his tireless work negotiating an agreement that truly delivers on the promise of free, fair, and reciprocal trade. And Mr. Chairman, it turns out today is the 160th anniversary of the Wright brothers making it the first flight in North Carolina. And to this day, North Carolina continues to attract the world's most creative and innovative workforce. One prime example of this is the enormous amount of pharmaceutical research that continues to take place in my state. Drugs that save lives are being made in my backyard, and the world is better for it. The administration successfully got into the agreement provisions to raise their exclusivity protections for cutting-edge biologic drugs, and this was a monumental achievement. And it's incredibly disappointing that Democrats sought to weaken these standards and actively work against American innovators by stripping these protections from the final agreement. Democrats have effectively kneecapped the dedicated scientists, doctors, and manufacturers working around the clock to develop new cures and save more lives. Ensuring that America's innovators' rights are protected in the Mexico-Canada agreement would have had no impact on drug pricing, and to insinuate that there is a correlation between protecting our inventions in Mexico and higher drug prices in the U.S. is disingenuous. So, Mr. Chairman, while I support the USMCA and look forward to voting for it in the House later this week, the absence of protections that were successfully negotiated by the administration is a missed opportunity and a disappointment. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Almost 6 months to the day, Ambassador Lighthizer was in this room in an environment in which both inside and outside this room, comments were being made that there was no way that this agreement could be reopened. At that time, when he presented his trade agenda, I urged him to adopt a self-executing amendment that would be signed by all three countries to make important changes to the agreement. Finally, after much work, that has been done, and that's what we consider along with the original agreement today. Ambassador Lighthizer certainly does deserve praise for his efforts. He made in the initial proposal a number of important changes in trade policy. One of those I was most concerned with when we considered the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement was the abuse of the investor-state dispute settlement process. We have an agreement with Australia that has done fine without such a provision that favors those who want to challenge environmental safety and health laws in front of private tribunals. Thanks to the efforts of Ambassador Lighthizer, that provision was eliminated with Canada and sharply reduced with Mexico. But there were a number of problems with the agreement as originally proposed. I think we have now moved to a true 21st century trade agreement that not only encourages more trade, but adds protection for the environment and for workers. The first consideration in any trade agreement is, does it promote trade? I'm particularly sensitive to that because the original NAFTA agreement was signed just around the corner from my office in San Antonio, Texas. NAFTA has been very important to the economic development of Texas. Mexico is our first trading partner. Canada is our second. And this agreement will encourage
a continuation of the trade relationships that we have with both countries. But trade has to be concerned with more than just what moves across the border in commerce. It has to consider the effect that trade is having on all aspects of our workers, our environment, and our economy. One of the many troubling provisions in what President Trump originally proposed was a big giveaway to Big Pharma. Fortunately, the harmful language that was inserted when President Trump was trying to protect the monopoly power of Big Pharma and allow it to continue prescription price gouging, all of that has been removed. A second area that is really important in the changes that have been made that is directly and very different from what President Trump proposed concerns the environment. We have an outcome that is much stronger than what was in the Trans-Pacific Partnership or the May 10th standard that was negotiated with the Bush administration. For 7 multilateral environmental agreements, each country will take all the measures necessary to fulfill its obligations. These are 7 important agreements. Changes were also made with regard to the whole issue of ozone-depleting chemicals in what's called the Kigali Agreement. It may sound remote, is a place far away, but it is very important in our battle to address the climate crisis. And language in this bill will facilitate eventually, when we have a president who believes in science, in addressing climate change and not having it overridden by trade agreements throughout North America. There are also very important provisions that provide additional funding for the North American Development Bank, the NAD Bank, based in San Antonio, which will be helpful on both sides of the border. The provisions concerning workers in this agreement are very important. It's not enough to have platitudes about protecting working standards and working conditions. Under this bill, there are specific provisions that will allow meaningful enforcement of those provisions. They may be imperfect, it will take much effort to see that they are effective, but they give a fighting chance to workers who don't want to see competition simply centered on a lowering of standards instead of a raising of standards in all of these countries. Finally, I want to salute not only the members of this committee, but particularly Ms. Tai, who is here this morning. She worked with a diverse group of members with different interests on the committee, and her leadership has played a key role in the victory that we've achieved today. I urge adoption of this bill and yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly want to add my comments and associate myself with many of the comments that were already made. We know this is such an important agreement with our North American countries, Canada and Mexico. Our farmers and ranchers, certainly in Nebraska and all around the U.S., are the most productive in the world, and they depend on robust markets to export ag products to our neighbors as we help feed the world. We know that Canada and Mexico are 2 of the best customers of Nebraska agriculture, and this agreement ensures the continuation of this relationship. NAFTA has been an important and beneficial arrangement, but it is time to modernize and update the agreement. I certainly want to thank President Trump for recognizing and acting to modernize NAFTA, and also Ambassador Lighthizer for his very tireless work in making sure that we've been prepared for this day. I had hoped that this day would arrive a little before now, but here we are, and certainly I think it is imperative that we take advantage of it. The administration has worked from the beginning of this process to develop a product which would actually bring together our 3 countries and also garner significant support from both sides of the aisle and in both chambers of Congress. I don't think any of us thought or believed this would be an easy process, and it is clear the final product is the result of compromise. However, I strongly support passage of the legislation and believe the degree of certainty and predictability it provides to all aspects of our economy, but especially to our agriculture producers, is a welcome development and certainly a major step forward. Continuing to cooperate on trade agreements moving forward, I think, is important for all of North America. I do think that moving forward, there's more opportunity, for example, for Canada and the de minimis issue to benefit Canada's own consumers allowing them more options along the border especially. So again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for today's action and committee action. I look forward to completing the process, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from California who had a profound influence within the working group on the outcome that we're witnessing today. Gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I just want to note it's in large part because of you and Speaker Pelosi that we've reached an agreement on a trade deal that actually puts workers, our environment, and access to affordable medicine at the forefront. As a member of the working group, I know firsthand how hard Democrats fought for the best possible deal. The agreement that was originally sent to Congress was light years away from what we're considering today. It lacked true labor rights, it did little for the environment, and it included unnecessary provisions that would have made prescription drugs more expensive. Beyond those failures, it was unenforceable. That deal was a non-starter for me and for most of our Democratic caucus. Because of the efforts of the working group, yourself, and the Speaker, we were able to strike the ridiculous provisions like sustained and reoccurring when it comes to workplace violence. One act of violence or one death of a trade unionist should be enough, and now it will be. With this agreement, we will have trade attachés based in Mexico with the sole goal of monitoring how Mexico is implementing its labor laws and advising best practices. If they find that Mexico is not living up to its commitments on benchmarks, there'll be consequences. Most important, this agreement is enforceable, an historic breakthrough. Rules on paper are meaningless if we can't hold rule breakers accountable. As a result of our negotiations, we will now have site-specific verifications, investigations, and remedies for labor violations. This will be unlike any other trade agreement. Bad actors will not be able to hide or continue to abuse their workers. This agreement now sets the bar for all future trade agreements. Speaker Pelosi should be commended for her masterful negotiation on behalf of workers throughout our hemisphere. I urge my colleagues to support the USMCA and to support the implementing bill when it's on the floor. Finally, I'd like to commend the staff who put in endless hours into this bill and the agreement itself. The Catherines, as they've come to be called, and their staff did excellent work and showed amazing patience and professionalism. And I'd also like to thank the Trade Ambassador, Ambassador Lighthizer, who did a great job working with us. So I yield back the balance of my time.
All right, thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Marchant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would like to say a personal thank you to the chairman and the ranking member of the committee, Mr. Blumenauer, the chairman of the subcommittee, and Mr. Buchanan for their hard work on this treaty. I represent a district that is basically a 3-hour plane ride from Montreal and a 3-hour plane ride from Mexico City. So we sit right in the middle of this trade area and business that will have a great effect on my district. As America's #1 exporter, Texas is a prime beneficiary of the American trade agreements. Look no further than North Texas to view the positive economic impact of America's trade relationships on our local businesses. DFW International Airport lies in the heart of the congressional district that I represent. Millions of people from all over the world experience DFW as passengers, but it's also a main artery for international trade at the commercial level. The airport contributes $37 billion annually to the North Texas and American economy. And much of that can be traced to the nearly 830,000 tons of cargo transported through the DFW airport. International trade is a vital part of our economy and community, and it supports over 3 million jobs in Texas. USMCA is a successful renegotiation of the North American Free Trade Agreement. It is superior to the existing agreement, protecting American innovation invigorating markets for Texas farmers and ranchers, and generates over $68 billion in new economic activity here at home. Mr. Chairman, the USMCA is good for Texas, it's good for American workers, taxpayers, businesses, and consumers, and will keep the United States competitive for some time to come. I look forward to passing this agreement, which contains necessary reforms that will ensure that our trade with Mexico and Canada is both free and fair and modernized. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Connecticut. Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank and commend you, and want to thank and commend Mr. Blumenauer for their efforts and for all the hard work that's gone into this. Thank you so much. And with that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for having this hearing today. This is interesting, and this is a great time of the year for us to be doing this. It took a long time to get here, and I just kind of, as I'm listening and I'm looking over everything, I'm saying, you know what, this reminds me so much of when I was a child, and I would sit down and write a letter to Santa Claus and say, this is everything I would like this year. Put that letter in an envelope and send it off to the North Pole, and just be so excited on Christmas Eve to think, boy, Santa Claus is going to bring me everything. Santa Claus is bringing me everything. And I'd come down Christmas morning, you know what? I never got everything I asked for, but I was sure as heck thankful for everything I got. This is certainly one of those times where the letter to Santa Claus actually got answered. Maybe we didn't get everything we asked for, but we sure as heck should be thankful for everything we've got. This is amazing when I look at this. So how about this? Over $68 billion in new economic activity. 176,000 new jobs here in America. And here's something that's near and dear to me, $34 billion in new automotive plants, 76,000 new American automotive sector jobs. I don't think anybody said it clearer than President Reagan when he said jobs, 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 and more jobs. What's good for American workers is good for America. Wow, we are on the cusp of something right here that is incredible and benefits not just Republicans or Democrats, but every single American. So when you look at what we're doing today and be able to get through this, finally get through it, I do want to take a minute and just thank, first of all, President Trump said very early on, we're going to look at this NAFTA and we're going to get rid of it and we're going to come out with something better. And people said, God, this guy never can shut his mouth. He talks about how good he's going to make things. It's just political talk. I think the one thing they forgot, he wasn't a politician. He was actually a businessman. He looked at NAFTA and said, really? Really? That's not a good deal for America. That's a bad deal. We're going to go to work on it. And Ambassador Lighthizer was so available to each one of us. Anytime we asked him anything, he was there. Let me see what I can help. Let me see what I can do. I can tell you what, back home in Pennsylvania, this is incredible. 1 in 4 Pennsylvania manufacturing firms export to Canada and Mexico. Almost 50,000 jobs depend on manufacturing exports to those two countries. Along with tax reform, negotiating NAFTA was a central campaign promise made by President Trump. He kept his word to the American people, an unusual thing for a politician. And as a result, Americans will enjoy the many benefits of this upgraded deal. And this isn't a blue deal or a red deal. It really is a red, white, and blue deal, isn't it? I mean, everybody in America wins. One provision I do want to highlight is a provision that I work with Ambassador Lighthizer on to include the USMCA that will help businesses like QVC expand its business into Canada. In a letter to the ambassador back in 2017 to permit home shopping program services to distribute into Canada and allow access of Pennsylvania companies to the Canadian retail consumer market. QVC, as you know, is based in Pennsylvania with close to 3,600 jobs. And then they help hundreds of small mom and pop vendors like Turby Twist, which is located in my district, to reach new audiences and customers. This new trade deal will ensure this happens so that more businesses will be able to reach new markets. Listen, we all could go on and on and on. I just got to tell you, this is absolutely fantastic. And if it's one thing the American people really cherish, it's the holidays. First of all, Thanksgiving, because everybody gets to go home for the holidays. But more than anything else, we have a chance to actually take time out and really reflect on how blessed we are as a nation. But at Christmas time, more than any other time, we try to show how much we care about each other by taking that time out to celebrate not only the birth of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, but the fact that we have such tremendous relationships. Right here today in this room, the efforts of both parties are showing up, and we're giving something to the American people, not that they are owed, it's what they deserve. There's a huge difference. So I'll tell you right now, I'm checking my Christmas list, and I'm sure on the morning of December 25th, although I tell my kids now, please, no gifts, no gifts. I have so much stuff now. They keep giving me underwear and socks. I'm not sure what they understand that I don't get. But being here with you all today and being able to do this together as Americans, doing the right thing for the American people, jobs, 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 and more jobs. What's good for the American worker is good for America. Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for all the work. Ranking Member Brady, thank you so much. I know you guys were tireless in this. More than anything else, this guy, Bob Lighthizer, I'm just hoping he takes the night off now and gets some sleep because he has worked tirelessly to try to accommodate us all. So thank you so much for holding the hearing. And you know what? I am so happy for America right now. This is what we're supposed to do. So thank you so much. I yield back.
And thank the gentleman. And you should know that I also look to another sage of Western political thought as I led the negotiation on this, Mick Jagger. You get what you need. With that, let me recognize an individual who, again, had an enormous influence on the outcome, Earl Blumenauer.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the spirit of my friend, Mr. Kelly, I have for the chair and the ranking member my homemade personal Earl Blumenauer fruitcakes, and there will be in our little conference area fruitcake ice cream as this continues, just to lift the spirits. These are not internationally traded yet, but under this agreement they could be.
Do they meet the requirement of...
I just now stop right now. I do want to express my appreciation for, as we're moving forward, I just want to take one moment to correct the record. I'm sorry my friend George isn't here. I know he needed to say some of that for some of his pharmaceutical companies back home. But sadly, one of the most flawed areas of the agreement that we were given, and where there was real skepticism about whether we'd get the majority vote, dealt with pharmaceutical provisions. It would have locked in at least 10 years of market exclusivity, which wasn't in the TPP template. It went the wrong way. It would have locked in patent evergreening, where we see pharmaceutical companies apparently spend more time trying to make a little tiny adjustment and extend the patent life, locking in their profits, rather than promoting competition. That's gone. We got rid of the 3 additional years of exclusivity for clinical information. We've bolstered generics and biosimilars. We revised patent linkage provisions. These promote competition. These will help bring down prices. And they have been sadly absent from trade agreements since I've been in Congress. I think this is one of the reasons why we've been able to get the votes. I appreciate working with Ambassador Lighthizer in a spirit of cooperation and give and take, and including two members who aren't on this committee, Rosa DeLauro and Jan Schakowsky, who dealt with these issues with us and gave us, I think, an agreement that moves us forward. But I do want to continue some of the observations about the staff, because we had some word salad ideas. Some of this was hard to sort out, and the staff was tireless in terms of working with us, translating it, helping go back and forth. And when we're out of town, they're here continuing on the weekends, on the evenings. Catherine Ty is up front, but behind her is Keegan, Julia. We had Kate Connor-Linton, Alexandra Whitaker, Katie White, John hiding here someplace. Your enforcer, Mr. Chairman, Brandon, who was hovering in the background, the Catherine in the Speaker's office, Catherine Monge. I mean, this was an extraordinary effort, and they went back and forth with very hardworking people in the USTR. which is an area of professionalism, actually that goes beyond partisan changes. I have admired the people in the USTR's office that I've been privileged to work with during my tenure in Congress. And they were part of that give and take and sort of how we got to affirmative responses, things that made sense, and things that could be enforced. I can't say enough for the work that they did to help us get to a point where some can take a victory lap, but they were right there in the crew, moving it forward, keeping us on track, exerting patience, and helping massage this. There was a deal there somewhere. They helped coax it out. So along with your leadership and that of the Speaker and members of the committee, I really do appreciate what the staff did. It makes me very optimistic about what we can do going forward next year, building not just on this framework, but on a spirit of cooperation and hard work that we can make more progress in the year ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you, Ranking Member Brady, also Chairman Blumenauer, and Ranking Member Buchanan for the work to get where we are today. This is an agreement that is very important to the farmers in Southeast and South Central Missouri, but it's important to all rural America in updating this agreement. I also want to thank President Trump. We wouldn't be having this hearing today. We wouldn't even be discussing USMCA if it was not for President Trump. You can't debate that. Back during the presidential Republican primary, the president said that he hated NAFTA and wanted to remove it. No one can deny that. And so, because of his words during a presidential primary where he was running against 16 other Republican candidates, we are now making things better for American workers, American farmers. This trade agreement has showed that President Trump is willing to work with Democrats and Republicans for the better of all Americans. No one in this room can disagree with a straight face on that item. Early on, when we were going through the negotiations, the Democrats raised concerns about whether Mexico could pass the labor reforms that was agreed to. And Mexico passed those. They passed them early in April or May. Then the Democrats brought up another concern. Well, we need to see the ITC report. And you know, the ITC report came back with hundreds of thousands of new jobs. It was better than expected. They also told the president, we can't move forward on a trade agreement unless you eliminate the tariffs on steel and aluminum. And in May, the president worked with Democrats to eliminate those tariffs on steel and aluminum. Every step of this process, President Donald Trump has worked aggressively for all Americans, the American farmer, the American worker, the American job creator. And the reason why this hearing is being held today is because one lone presidential primary candidate in 2015 stood up and said that NAFTA was no good and we need to rip it up. If you talk to the leaders of Canada and Mexico, they will tell you no other president could have brought Canada and Mexico to the table like President Trump. So there's no doubt about it. This is a victory for all Americans, but this is a victory for Donald Trump, Republicans and Democrats. It's red, white, and blue, like Representative Kelly just said. What I do have concerns with is why is it this week that we are voting on this agreement? Is it because the same person who brought this agreement to the table, Speaker Pelosi, is also trying to impeach him? That's unfortunate. Seems to me that it's very political. Any political pollster will tell you that when you impeach a president, the biggest concern amongst independents is if there's chaos in government. The best way that you can try to control the chaos in government, since you haven't delivered on major legislation, is to deliver on the biggest piece of legislation that can be delivered the day after an impeachment vote, which is USMCA. I've always lived by the motto, people before politics. I just wish everyone else did in this chamber as well. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you again because you worked tirelessly yourself, and thank you for having this committee hearing and for moving this legislation. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Blumenauer would like to be recognized for 15 seconds for a point of personal privilege.
Personal privilege. As I'm running down the honor roll, I forgot Laura Thrift in my office, who's representative of some of these amazing staff for individual members. And I really appreciate her going above and beyond the call with her colleagues. We wouldn't be here without them either. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Kind.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is an important day. This new trade agreement with Mexico and Canada is worthy of our support, if nothing else because the status quo was so unacceptable. We had to bring it into the 21st century and modernize it, especially with key provisions that were excluded from the original agreement. Mr. Chairman, I want to especially congratulate you and members of the working group. I know it has not been an easy last few months of endless negotiations, back and forth, phone calls with the trade ambassador. I give him and his team credit for being patient and sticking with it and resolving the difficulties. I want to especially commend committee trade staff. They've been unbelievable on both sides of the aisle. With the endless hours that they put in, the late nights, hopefully during the holidays they're going to be able to catch up on some sleep now because Lord knows the last few months have been sleep deprived. I want to congratulate my colleagues in the committee for approaching this in a bipartisan fashion, realizing that there are ways of still holding a president accountable to the rule of law and the Constitution while still getting things done on behalf of the American people. And if there's one message coming out of this week, that's it. There are important provisions in it, but let's not be too overly exuberant about what this trade pact means as far as GDP growth. I may be the only nerd on the committee that actually took time to review the International Trade Commission's analysis of the original agreement that was reached. Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent to have it included in the record at this time.
So ordered.
I especially direct my colleagues' attention to page 56, 57 of the report that shows what potential GDP growth lies in the new agreement. Not much. It's very small. In fact, the only reason we got the positive growth is because of this new certainty quotient that's being used right now because of the volatility and the unpredictability of President Trump and the fact that he put us on a course of 232 national security tariffs against our two border neighbors. Highly dubious reason for slapping tariffs on them. But in a larger extent, this report, the ITC report, reflects that it is important for us to have a positive trading relationship with our two border neighbors, our two biggest export markets. And if nothing else, that can lead to greater certainty to make investment and business decisions more predictable, and that's why we got to some positive growth ultimately at the end of the day. But I think the reason why we're also getting some positive growth is because of the work that Democrats did in negotiating the final agreement. We have an historic worker rights, labor chapter that should have been part of the original agreement but wasn't, and now that's been corrected. We give Mexico a tremendous amount of credit for passing historic labor reform earlier this year through their parliament. And for those of us who had an opportunity to meet with President López Obrador and his government, you can't help but be impressed walking away with their commitment to implementing the labor reforms. But they were also clear that given what we're asking them to do, it's not going to happen overnight. They're going to require technical assistance and resources to implement those reforms, and I'm happy that that too was negotiated as part of this overall agreement. We have enhanced environmental standards. We have an important digital chapter, and I congratulate my colleague from Washington State, Susan Delbeni, for the work that she's put in to make sure that we're modernizing these trade agreements, given the cross-border data trade, which is so crucial to the 21st century digital economy. We have improvement with agriculture. Not much, because they're getting basically the same market access that they enjoyed under the original NAFTA, but we had improvement with dairy access to Canada and tightening up the definition of sanitary and phytosanitary standards. So now it has to be based on science and evidence and not some arbitrary decision just to block our agriculture products going into Canada or Mexico. I know my dairy farmers were pleased that we made some progress with enhanced access to the Canadian market, but not a lot, and it's not going to solve all the problems that they're going through right now. But perhaps most importantly, we have a strong enforcement chapter in it, really for the first time in a trade agreement. Much of it lifted from the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, a world that Mexico and Canada are currently living under. So it wasn't much of an ask to ask them to comply with what they had already agreed to under TPP. But it gives us an opportunity now to follow up with meaningful sanctions and actions if either Canada or Mexico chooses not to abide by the agreement. Because at the end of the day, you could have the perfect trade agreement in the world on paper, but if it's not enforceable, it's meaningless. It means there'll be cheating and noncompliance as we move forward on it. So for all those reasons, this is much better than the status quo. And it's reflected in the bipartisan support that's shown here today and hopefully in a couple of days on the House floor. And again, I congratulate those who have been intimately involved in these negotiations for the patience that was shown. At the end of this process, you always look back and say, why couldn't this have been done easier? But these are historic changes, historic reforms, which will, I think, level the playing field for our workers, businesses, and farmers so they can fairly compete with our two border neighbors. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for your effort in bringing this agreement to fruition, and to the ranking member, my friend, Mr. Brady. I want to especially thank Ambassador Lighthizer for his effort, tireless effort, came in front of this committee time after time after time and withstood gnashing of teeth and pulling of hair from both sides of the aisle in terms of how and when this would all come to fruition. But in the end, he held true, and it is an amazing feat, and it's something that had to be done. It's long overdue. The reason I ran for Congress is because I was concerned when my sons were graduating from college and were struggling to find jobs. And I said, my goodness, boy, things have changed since I graduated. And I started looking at it, and I discovered that the middle class had been languishing really since the early 90s, that we hadn't done tax reform, we hadn't done that we'd accepted trade agreements that were not in our interest, that our government regulatory policy was crushing business, and that the upshot of that was America was not competitive. I did some research, came across a professor from Harvard named Michael Porter, who's an economist, and he had written a menu of things that we need to do to make our country competitive. And I've got it right here, the menu he wrote in 2012. There's 8 items on it. The first one is to revise our tax code, and in that create an international tax system rather than one where we taxed all of our companies on every activity from around the world. Check. Another is streamline regulation affecting business. Check. Another is responsible development of our shale, gas, and oil reserves. Check. And now we're moving on to trade. And Professor Porter's position was, you know, after World War II, we accepted trade agreements that weren't necessarily in our favor. We were so far ahead of the rest of the world that we could afford to do that, but we aren't anymore. And the result of all these oppressive things that our government had done, we had sat on our hands here in Washington while the rest of the world designed their economic systems to successfully compete with us, was that our middle class was smaller and made less money 3 years ago than it did in 1990. A shocking statistic. And I'll have to associate my comments with my friend Mr. Smith here, who said we had a president, a businessman, who recognized this extreme inequity and decided that enough of the globalism, that we're going to focus on America first for a little while. And all these things that have been accomplished, tax reform, regulatory reform, oil and gas development, and trade. You know, each one of these things has boosted our economy. Our economy remains the envy of the world. sub 4% unemployment, record numbers of Americans working, record numbers of African American working, record numbers of Hispanic Americans working. I represent one of the poorest counties in South Carolina. When Donald Trump took office in January of 2017, the unemployment rate was 9.6% in Marion County, South Carolina. Today, it is 4.2%. Remarkable achievement. 3% wage growth hadn't been seen in way over a decade. So many things that he has to show for his effort, and yet here we sit in the very same room where they were bringing impeachment hearings just last week. Fascinating. Truly, truly fascinating. So, I just want to, I don't know that Donald Trump has ever met the man who came up with this menu. I don't know that he's ever heard of him. I don't know if he's ever seen the menu. But whether he's going down this menu or is he doing it innately, he is bringing our country forward. And we should absolutely applaud that. Donald Trump is lifting, he is recreating the land of opportunity. He is putting opportunity back in the land of opportunity, and we should support him in that effort. Mr. Kine said that this treaty won't add substantially to GDP. You know, I look at GDP like kind of like a campfire, and we're throwing wood on it. Tax reform was a big log. Regulatory reform, a big log. And this is just the next log on the fire. And if we can pull off something with China and the EU, you can expect that this fire of economic growth will continue for the foreseeable future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and the excellent staff for their hard work. There is no question these have been tough negotiations. Everyone here wants a good deal for our country. That being said, I want to register that I'm at best deeply uneasy with how this process is concluding. You know the expression, getting the bum's rush? When you try to rush something out of the door, this bill, this whole debate is getting the bum's rush in an effort to schedule what White House East Room victory celebration. I speak with my heart, I speak with my gut, and hopefully, my brain. So, no one in the leadership of the Republican Party, no one, over the last 2.5 years of debate, ever discussed human rights. During this discussion, never once, we talked about businessmen. Business, that appears many times in our discussions, and it should. We never hear working men and working women. In the United States, Mexico, or Canada. There is no higher trade priority for me than updating NAFTA. I desperately want a deal that makes a difference. I went to Montreal, I went to Mexico a couple of times. I testified at the U.S. International Trade Commission twice as well. We've all worked our tails off to lay the foundation for negotiating principles on labor, on the environment, and especially on enforcement. And yet, here we are on the so-called one-yard line, and I regret that I am not satisfied with what we have. Is there progress here? No one can question that there has been progress. There is major positive movement we achieved by pushing so hard on items like responding to the Guatemala case and the creation of mechanisms to address labor suppression. And it is still going on in Mexico to this day, to this morning. There are significant hard dollars for enforcement and funding environmental programs. But big questions remain. Will Mexico be held accountable to fully enforce their labor laws? We don't know. Will the sham protection unions in Mexico, controlled by the government, be held accountable to fully enforce their labor laws? We don't know. Will the sham protection unions in Mexico be eliminated with the new enforcement mechanism? We just don't know. Is there a new form of panel blocking in the enforcement mechanism? We don't know that either. Will this agreement do anything to raise wages for American workers? Doubtful by all accounts. I've read the ITC report. Will this agreement do anything to raise wages? You ought to ask yourself that question, because both sides, we talk about those things a lot. Will these terms here stop the offshoring of our jobs? They will not. The uncertainty isn't limited to labor. We have no idea if the environmental standards will be nearly enough to protect our planet. And I am one that absolutely connects myself with those words that John Lewis presented. The enemy of the good is the perfect. I understand that. I understand that. But we have an inkling. Several of our most trusted groups, like the League of Conservation on this issue, the voters and the Sierra Club, have criticized the terms, lamenting the lack of climate protections and saying that the revised deal would perpetuate NAFTA's environmental damage. So, I like some of this deal. I think there have been improvements. There should be, for work of both sides to get to that point. I miss the mock markup we usually have, which tells us a lot of things. Could a new ITC report help us answer a lot of these questions about what had been billed as major changes in the agreement? And if I may, well, my time is up, Mr. Chairman, but I wanted to bring some examples, one example in conclusion, concerning what the deals specifically means. But we don't have the time, and I will yield back my time.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweiker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's sort of walk through a couple things, and I'll try to do this briefly. Obviously, being from a border state, I'm from one of the communities, one of the parts of the country that are most affected with the trade to our neighbors to the south. Obviously, there were things like ISDS. If I was writing, I would have done something different. I was pleased we had some movement in de minimis. And for all here, you know, when a product is sold to the United States, and I'll ask the panel, our de minimis threshold is what, $800 and some dollars? 800 flat. So a product coming in basically clears customs, doesn't pay a duty, you know, does those things at $800. When we go the other direction, it was in some places on today's world in Mexico, it's
$50, 20 Canadian is
20
another number.
So those thresholds are being lifted. Why that's important for a state like mine, Arizona, is if we ever wanted to start having e-commerce, warehousing, where products were able to move, you know, south, if you only had $50 as your threshold, you're really, really limited on the types of products you can be moving back and forth and selling. So will this help? Yes. Is it as high a threshold as I would like? No. But at least some of the trucks will stop going back empty. So it's just, there are these sort of incremental improvements. For everyone here, it's interested in the enforcement of labor. And for a lot of my brothers and sisters on the Democrat side that have union relationships, I've been actually sort of shocked there hasn't been more discussion of some really unique things that are in the law that was passed in Mexico. In many ways, this is about to become your key enforcement mechanism. The ability to take pictures, to document, to have email accounts, to blog, to use technology. It's not the 1950s anymore where you send down a handful of labor experts to go visit
15, 20,000 factories. They did some things in the Mexican law that provide protections for those that use technology to document. And I've been somewhat saddened that there hasn't been more discussion, because for those folks interested in the enforcement, providing some technical services, providing some help to be able to make that a robust provision of Mexican law is actually in many ways a much more elegant and much more broad-based way you could document that our brothers and sisters to the south are following the rules. The last one for all of us. In our discussion before with WTO, we repeatedly talked about issues with sourcing out of China, and are they cheating on certain rules? The elegance here, I need you to think a little more globally. If North America becomes much more of a stable trading hub, where much more of the sourcing from the world starts to move to North America, the economic benefit there. So I need you to stop thinking just completely saying, hey, we're going to sell something to Canada, they might buy some more dairy, we're going to get something from Mexico. I need you to think of it as a trading bloc that also builds sourcing supply chains that then is selling to the rest of the world. Because we have far too much concentration in China. And as things move on, and as manufacturing understands the concentration creates risk, can we actually become much more of that sourcing hub for the world? So look, those are a couple thoughts. Every number we've looked at, this is really good for the desert Southwest. This is important to us. Pleased it's moving forward.
Would the gentleman yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you. To the chair. Chairman?
Yes. Is it for
Honor,
colloquy?
He's yielding to you. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Pesco, is it for colloquy? Is it a
Sorry?
question? Is it a question or colloquy?
What you just said.
Okay, talk to me.
I want to make...
There's only 25 seconds left here. Yep.
Are you aware of several flaws in talking about working people, since you brought it up? There is no requirement to request the verification of any contract prior to May 1st of 2023. The decision is left up to the incumbent union, which in about 75% of the cases.
Yeah, and Mr. Pesco, where I think actually that's not understood is the robustness of the Mexican law, the ability now to document. So a person who holds a phone can now document labor abuses in that factory. And under the Mexican law, not necessarily the trade agreement language, I actually think there's recourse. And with that,
Thank you. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to associate myself with many of the comments that have been made by my colleagues relative to the improvements that we see in this bill, in this legislation. I come from an area that has a long history of industrial development. When I think of all the products that we use that emanated from the state of Illinois, I also come from an area that has a long history of union organizing. And I think of all the good things that have come to America as a result of that. The human rights, the working condition improvements, the hope and possibilities that people have had. And so ever since the beginning of NAFTA, as we saw hundreds of thousands of jobs flee from Illinois, I would say at least 100,000 left the one district that I represent. And so there's always been a level of suspiciousness, a level of concern, a level of what does this really mean for those of us here at home. I know that there are many influences that have gotten us to this point, and I agree with all of those. But, Mr. Chairman, let me commend you and the ranking member, because the rubber hits the road right here. This is where the action is being processed. And so I commend both of you for bringing us to this point. I don't know that I've heard as much agreement on an issue since I've been on this committee. I don't know if I have heard as much praise that we give to each other. It sort of reminds me of watching sausage made. It's not the best looking process, but at the end, whoever eats it pretty much likes it. And so at the end of this, wherever the credit is and wherever the credit lies, and it's not so much about who gets the credit, because the impact will be felt by the American people. And so if there is credit, it belongs to everybody. It belongs to everybody who participated. There's a song that I used to like. It says, you gotta give a little, you gotta take a little, you gotta let your poor heart break a little. That's the story, but that's the glory of love. And so at this season, there couldn't be a better time than right now for us to be in agreement with a trade policy that many of us are going to vote for. Trade agreement. I have not voted for many trade agreements since I've been a member of Congress. And I'll probably get some flack from some of my friends back in Chicago. But I'm going to vote for this agreement because I believe that it moves us forward. No, it is not perfect, nor is the union. But as we keep moving in the direction of perfection, then we can feel good about ourselves. We feel good about what we've done. Again, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, I commend you and yield back the balance.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Wolarski, and after Ms. Wolarski, we will move to a 2-for-1 recognition. Ms. Wolarski is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I am absolutely thrilled to be here today to vote for USMCA. This agreement will deliver new opportunities for growth in my district in northern Indiana and across the whole country. The hardworking Hoosiers in Indiana's 2nd District are builders and growers. We manufacture most of the RVs you see on the road, as well as a large portion of boats and trailers. We manufacture auto parts and musical instruments. Our farmers put food on the table, including corn, soybeans, pork, duck, eggs, and dairy products. Mexico and Canada are key export markets for our manufacturers, farmers, ranchers, and the thousands of workers they employ. NAFTA slashed tariffs and other barriers for exports, but that was all the way back in 1994, when the internet was in its infancy, as trial CDs for American Online inundated all of our mailboxes. A company called Amazon was hiring its first employees. Cutting-edge cell phones back then we now call brick phones. Politicians have long made promises to update NAFTA, but they've never followed through. In the meantime, technology, transportation, and consumer habits have all evolved. NAFTA stayed the same. President Trump promised to modernize NAFTA for the 21st century, but unlike his predecessors, he kept that promise in the form of USMCA. USMCA dismantles trade barriers that have stood in the way of American exports. For farmers in my district, this means more dairy, poultry, and eggs are heading to Canada. For manufacturers, this means fewer paperwork headaches that slow shipments or prevent them altogether. For businesses of all sizes and types, this means e-commerce standards that promote fair competition will be used as a standard in future agreements. For workers, this means more jobs staying in the U.S. Robust enforcement ensures that the potential of USMCA doesn't evaporate, that the promises made by all sides are kept by all sides. And while I would have liked to see protection for America's innovators remain in the agreement, it doesn't touch U.S. law, and it reaffirms that only Congress can change U.S. law. Mr. Chairman, this day is long overdue, but I'm so happy it's finally here. Our economy is booming thanks to the tax cuts and regulatory reforms, and USMCA will help keep the momentum going by generating over $68 billion in economic growth and creating 178,000 jobs. It'll put more money in workers' pockets, and it'll help small business thrive. I want to give a special thanks to Ambassador Robert Lighthizer, whose ability to align the planets simply made this possible today. He and his staff at USTR did yeoman's work in putting this together. I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman, to have a seat at this table in this committee to voice my strong support for USMCA. This is a big win for President Trump. It's a big win for the American people, for farmers, ranchers, and workers and consumers, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start my comments by commending those involved in getting to the point where we could consider this agreement for a vote today. The work of this committee, my colleagues on the Trade Working Group, and the staff, the poor staff who have not seen a day off in months, their hard work has gotten us to this historic moment today. I've long been a critic of the existing NAFTA agreement, and I approach the renegotiation of the agreement with some cautious optimism. My support for any trade agreement hinges on whether it benefits working families in my district and across the country. The current NAFTA has been devastating to too many American workers and their families. While not perfect, the newly negotiated USMCA contains enough significant improvement to gain my support today. The Trump administration's initial agreement fell way short of where I wanted to see it, but House Democrats stood together and fought hard for greater accountability. Our demands, we thought, were very reasonable. We wanted an enforceable agreement to strengthen protections for workers in all three countries, an agreement that had real enforcement teeth. We fought for environmental provisions that helped restore our place as a global leader. This final version of the agreement will do just that. We are ensuring that our neighbors to the north and south live up to their commitments as trading partners. After all, if they don't live up to the commitments that they've agreed to, of what use is the agreement itself? The new agreement will not only establish fairer trade rules that benefit American workers and the U.S. economy, but it also serves as a new standard for future trade negotiations, one where working families have a seat at the negotiating table. But we still have work ahead. I vow to remain vigilant on labor enforcement implementation. The devil is always in the details, and I will remain focused on the details of this agreement. I also remain committed to fighting against inclusion of both Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act and Section 512 of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act in our future trade agreements. As I stated during committee hearings earlier this year, provisions like these do not belong in our trade deals. I never thought I would say this, but I look forward to passage of this bill today. I thank you again, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my
Thank the gentlelady. Recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to, in looking at this, I see 2/3 of it is good, but I see 1/3 of it is troubling. The United States economy is a $21.5 trillion economy, 70% of which is consumption. We're 5% of the world's population and 23% of the world's economy. In trade agreements, the United States is a good get. If you can do an agreement with an economy as strong as ours, with consumption as high as it is in the United States, that's good. Canada is a much smaller country. It's about a $1.8 trillion economy. But what we share, Canada and the United States, are high wages, strong environmental protection, strong labor standards, and labor rights. The troubling part of this is Mexico. Mexico is the 12th country with the highest, largest, poorest population. There was language in the original North American Free Trade Agreement that talked about wage convergence. the objective of which was to bring Mexico to a level of highly developed economies like the United States and Canada, including wages. The daily Mexican minimum wage will be a little over 123 pesos, or $6.30 a day next year. That is not wage convergence. It's fallen considerably short in that regard. The other issue is the original North American Free Trade Agreement anticipated that America was going to lose manufacturing jobs, certainly to automation, but also to outsourcing to places that were just cheaper to manufacture. And there were three words in that agreement. It was called Trade Adjustment Assistance. And it was basically to provide a lot of money for education, for worker retraining, to mitigate the blow that manufacturing workers in the United States would experience. Since the North American Free Trade Agreement, the United States has lost 6 million manufacturing jobs. 53,000 manufacturing businesses have closed. The manufacturing economy is 26% smaller today than it was then. So I think while there's a lot of good in this agreement, it also recognizes that there is much work to be done, particularly with respect to Mexico. The Maquiladora corridor is about 3,000 businesses that employ about 1 million people. And they don't have duty, they don't have environmental standards, they don't have the things that we value in the trade agreements between the United States and Canada, and Mexico considerably falls short. So I thank everybody for the work. I recognize that it is a work in progress. There is good in this, but there are also challenges as well. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. With that, the committee will recess, and I would remind members we intend to return immediately after the third vote. committee will now return to order. Witnesses will take their place, and the chair will recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk about USMCA here today, and let's call this what it is. This is a win for America. Passing USMCA is a win for our economy. It's a win for our workers and our manufacturers and our farmers all across America. And for the past 2.5 years, so many people have worked tirelessly to ensure that we got this trade agreement done with Mexico and Canada. And I would especially like to thank you, Chairman Neal, and Ranking Member Brady, and our staffs who have worked tirelessly to get this agreement to where we're at today. And also to Ambassador Bob Lighthizer. There is not a more capable or intelligent trade ambassador that we've had than Bob Lighthizer. He has continually stayed in touch and communicated and worked hard to get this agreement to where it's at and hopefully passed by the Senate in early January. And lastly, none of this would have happened without President Trump and his goal to have a new NAFTA agreement and to get the USMCA passed and to work with Canada and Mexico. And so this is a good day for America here today. And I would like to just touch on a couple of the parts of USMCA. My district is a heavy agriculture district, and I remind people all the time the #1 industry in the state of Illinois is agriculture. And this new agreement will help our farmers, and particularly corn and soybean farmers, and our producers of beef and poultry and livestock. I'd like to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman, a letter from the Illinois Farm Bureau that is a statement on the USMCA trade agreement.
So ordered.
Thank you. And just to read one line from there regarding the USMCA, it says, regarding the USMCA, this is excellent news for Illinois and for our Illinois farmers. Secondarily, I think about manufacturing. In my district, we have the largest concentration of Caterpillar workers anywhere in the world. Make some of the best products anywhere, whether it's excavators or D10 tractors or mining equipment. And so I think about what that means for, again, jobs and economic opportunities for our Cat workers, for John Deere based in Illinois, Case IH, those manufacturers and those jobs. USMCA paves the way for continued exports and working with our 2 largest trading partners. And we need to remember, this is the largest trade agreement ever negotiated in the history of this country with our 2 largest trading partners. In Illinois, 40% of the products we grow, produce, or manufacture go to Canada or Mexico. This is a win for workers in Illinois and for agriculture and manufacturing. Lastly, I want to touch on digital trade. I'm proud to be the co-chair of the Digital Trade Caucus with Congresswoman Del Benny. And when you look at the chapter on digital trade here, it is really the gold standard. And it sets a standard for future trade agreements and what we do. And a couple of those provisions ensures that data can be transferred across borders, cracks down on data localization, promotes collaboration in addressing cybersecurity challenges, and a number of other provisions related to digital that have never been in any other trade agreement. And when you look at the 24 chapters of USMCA, and digital is included in one of those, it is again, a great precedent for future trade agreements to come. The other point that I would make, Mr. Chairman, is this shows the world that we can negotiate a trade agreement. Our 2 largest trading partners, Mexico and Canada. And it shows the rest of the world that as we look at these other trade agreements in the future, whether it's with our European allies, whether it's with other allies around the world, that we can put together a trade agreement. And there's many provisions in here that set a good precedent to come. Now, I will lastly say, was this perfect? No. Were there things in here that I would have liked to have changed? Of course. ISDS, sunset provision, the rules of origin weren't exactly what I wanted. But 95% of what we believe in, I think, as Republicans, and what is good for the long-term viability of this economy and for our workers are in this agreement. And so I'm proud to support the USMCA. I look forward to working with my colleagues on the implementation and continuing to work with Ambassador Lighthizer on future trade agreements to continue to push our economy forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Washington State, Ms. Del Bene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like many of my colleagues, I support updating our trade agreement with Mexico and Canada. When we look back at the original NAFTA, there's no question that one of its biggest failures was the fact that it did not include binding labor or environmental standards. The original USMCA, as negotiated by the Trump administration, did not do enough to address these shortcomings. But thanks to the hard work of congressional Democrats, the labor community, and other stakeholders, the agreement we're considering today includes substantial changes. It's not perfect, but it's a substantial improvement over the original NAFTA, especially the labor and environment provisions. This deal includes labor-specific enforcement tools and a robust monitoring and enforcement program for the environmental provisions. It's also important that we're able to fix NAFTA's state-to-state dispute settlement mechanism that's allowed parties to block the formation of an arbitral panel. Most importantly, this new agreement includes several important provisions that will help my constituents. For years, our dairy farmers have struggled to export their products to Canada. While the improvements are modest, USMCA helps open up Canada's dairy market and will force the Canadians to eliminate their harmful Class 7 pricing system. This agreement also eliminates a rule in British Columbia that requires imported wines to be placed in a separate part of grocery stores. As my district shares a border with British Columbia, this is important for winemakers in my district. And since NAFTA entered into force when the internet was still at its nascent stage, we're long overdue for an update to reflect the 21st century digital economy. When this agreement enters into force, it will be the first U.S. trade agreement that has a digital trade chapter. My district is home to a vibrant technology industry that's responsible for thousands of good-paying jobs and helps power America's huge trade surplus in digital services. So I'm pleased that this agreement includes important provisions on data localization, cross-border data flows, and other important provisions that preserve a free and open internet, and that supports all segments of our economy. Now, while passing USMCA will provide our farmers and businesses with some certainty, I have been concerned with the president's erratic trade policy. Earlier this year, the president threatened to undermine NAFTA by imposing tariffs on goods from Mexico. By approving this deal, Congress is setting the terms of trade with Mexico and Canada. If the administration seeks to undermine congressional intent by threatening to put unilateral tariffs on Mexico or Canada in the future, it will ruin the credibility of our trade agreements. So finally, before I close, I'd like to thank the Ways and Means Committee staff, the trade staff. These negotiations are never easy, and I appreciate all of your hard work during this process. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu.
Today, we take a historic step to, as the United Auto Workers have stated, stop the bleeding of American jobs to other countries. Time and time again, trade agreements have been synonymous for bad deals for American workers. Past trade agreements have often lacked the ability to ensure that our trading partners improve their labor laws, forcing American workers to compete with low wages and low standards or lose their jobs entirely. We saw this after NAFTA, which cost the U.S. nearly 700,000 jobs by 2010. When the Trump administration announced the new trade agreement with Canada and Mexico last year, it proved to be more of the same. The initial USMCA was a race to the bottom, where lax labor laws in another country threatened tens of thousands of American jobs. Fortunately, House Democrats rallied around American workers and kept fighting until all parties agreed to changes in labor laws that could be enforced. And I've seen firsthand why this enforcement is so important. Earlier this year, I traveled on the Ways and Means trip to Mexico on the fact-finding mission to see for myself the labor challenges we're facing. To Mexico's credit, their commitment to reforming labor practices is strong. But that trip also confirmed the dire state of labor conditions in Mexico. We had the opportunity to speak to some workers directly at a Goodyear plant, where workers were paid only $53 per week. Then, when these workers went on strike to fight for better wages, they were harassed, threatened, and unceremoniously fired. This is what American workers are up against. A company that made $15.5 billion in sales last year decided that it would rather fire all of its workers than pay them a fair wage. It's sadly just one of the many stark examples of multinational companies outsourcing jobs from the U.S. and exploiting labor in other countries. But the bill before us today ensures that companies do not outsource jobs to Mexico because of abusive working conditions. First, USMCA will focus labor enforcement at the individual factory level, which means we'll be able to find bad actors more easily. Second, independent labor experts will ensure those factories are following the labor protections under this agreement. Finally, USMCA also imposes fines on goods that are made under union busting tactics and blocks goods from repeat offenders from entering the U.S. These penalties serve as a strong deterrent for companies to exploit workers like Goodyear did. I also remain deeply committed to strong environmental protections in any trade deal. During the same fact-finding trip to Mexico, I was absolutely shocked by the pollution of the Tijuana River. A third of that river is sewage, contaminated with lead, arsenic, herbicides, and other chemicals that flow into local water sources. It impacts the quality of life for everyone in the Tijuana River Valley. I'm hopeful that the provisions in USMCA, such as establishing new environment-focused attachés in our embassies in Mexico, funding for environmental cleanup efforts, and investments for environmental infrastructure improvements like in water treatment plants through the North American Bank, will provide a pathway to an environmentally sustainable future. Combined, these provisions will allow the U.S. and Mexico to be equal partners in addressing water pollution. But this trade deal isn't perfect. While USMCA includes strong provisions to protect American workers, it misses the mark when it comes to those who work in the creative industry. USMCA includes safe harbor provisions for technology companies, which continue to allow for the theft and unauthorized distribution of intellectual property. This undercuts one of the few U.S. industries that enjoys a positive trade balance with $17.2 billion in annual exports. My district is home to many who work in the creative industry, and when creators cannot protect their products, they lose out on residuals they have earned, reducing paychecks and weakening health and retirement plans. I remain committed to ensuring that these safe harbor provisions are not included in the future trade agreements, and in fact, I ask unanimous consent to submit a letter expressing these same sentiments from the Department for Professional Employees, AFL-CIO. While USMCA isn't perfect, it's an important step forward in the right direction in holding our trade partners accountable and protecting American jobs. I yield back.
Let me recognize the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a great day. I'm glad to see us taking this up. It's come with a lot of hard work. NAFTA is 25 years old, and we know the problems with it. We've seen some of the ill effects, and I'm grateful to President Trump and the administration for taking this on, as well as everyone on this committee and on both sides of the aisle, to really work hard to make something happen. Look, we got 176,000 new jobs, $68 billion to the GDP, and in my opinion, this is just the beginning. And for my state of Ohio, our top two trade partners are Mexico and Canada, and this only expands that. Not only that, this trade deal will be the gold standard for digital trade deals in the future. We have a lot of farmers and ranchers in Ohio, and this is a real win for them. From tariff-free treatment for U.S. agriculture to increased opportunities for dairy, poultry, eggs, and wheat. This is great not only for Ohio, but across the country. But in Ohio, we have 75,000 farms, and 90% of those are family-owned. In Ohio, we're seeing a re-emergence of manufacturing, which once was dead. Our steel industry has a great opportunity to come bounding back, stronger than ever. This is great for our auto workers, great for small businesses. Look, it took a lot of first downs to keep this thing going, to keep the process going. A lot of people worked hard. We got to the goal line. We're at the goal line. We need to get this through this week, because I believe that this deal will be the gateway to other deals that we can build upon with the UK, with the EU, with Japan, and ultimately give us greater bargaining power with China, which is a different deal altogether. So I want to thank everyone who's worked so hard that we got here today, and we're ready to push this across the goal line, and then we'll start the next game after that. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the places I represent, Flint, Saginaw, Bay City, Oscoda, Michigan, the workers and the families there think a lot about what NAFTA has done to our communities and how their lives have changed as a result of bad trade deals. When NAFTA was signed into law, it was heralded as an historic trade agreement that would create American jobs and boost wages for workers. In exchange for free trade across the continent, our constituents were promised wages that would go up. But since the passage of NAFTA, the state of Michigan alone has lost 170,000 jobs. Factories shuttered their doors and moved across the border to Mexico, pursuing low-wage workers. At one time, my hometown of Flint had the highest per capita income in the United States. And today, just drive through my hometown or other older industrial cities, and you see vacant and abandoned factories that serve as a reminder of the past of what used to be before the failure that was NAFTA. NAFTA has been a disaster for the people I represent, and that's why I supported efforts to renegotiate NAFTA, because the status quo does not work for the people I represent as we continue to see American jobs shipped across the border and shipped overseas. So today, we're considering a chance to improve the status quo. The original USMCA agreement negotiated by President Trump, to be frank, was not good enough for the people that I represent. It contained giveaways to Big Pharma, had weak labor enforcement provisions, and did little to support American workers. A better agreement that can't be enforced is no better than the old agreement that couldn't be enforced. So thankfully, under the leadership of Speaker Pelosi and Chairman Neal, including our friends in organized labor, AFL-CIO President Richard Trumka, the deal before us is better. It's a better agreement. But let's be clear, it's not perfect. And I do not personally, for example, see this agreement as the template for future agreements, because sadly, just like NAFTA, it doesn't even mention climate change. That's a terrible lost opportunity. So I'm clear-eyed about what this agreement will and won't do. Unfortunately, no trade deal, including USMCA, will reverse the damage caused by 25 years of bad trade policy. NAFTA won't bring the jobs back that we lost. But the choice in front of us today is a binary choice. It's either USMCA with its flaws or the disaster that has been NAFTA. That's the choice we now face. For the people I represent, the status quo is not acceptable. It's not good enough. So while this agreement may not be perfect, as others have said, it's definitely an improvement over NAFTA. But let's be clear, going forward, as a member of this committee, and particularly as a member of the Trade Subcommittee, I'm going to be aggressive in my efforts to ensure that we enforce implementation. The provisions in the agreement are important, but the role of this committee in particular is important to make sure that we hold the parties to this agreement accountable. We have to have new enforcement tools at our disposal. This committee must be fully ready to use them to make sure the American worker can compete on an even playing field. So after this vote today, we've got to do more. One of the areas we need to do more is to further help those communities most impacted by trade to ensure that they can compete in this really global, highly competitive global economy. And that's why we need to focus attention on reforming and reauthorizing trade adjustment assistance and thinking about it in a new way. Our current TAA system has to be reformed because to the extent that it works at all, it only focuses on individual workers who've lost their jobs and for corporations impacted by trade. But when jobs leave communities like the ones I represent, the whole community is affected. And we needed a whole community approach to trade adjustment assistance. When it comes to trade, the benefits and the costs, while they may be a net plus if you look at it in the aggregate, they are uneven. And we have to make sure we have trade adjustment assistance that not only recognizes the needs of individual workers who have lost their jobs, but whole communities. In the case of my hometown, that has lost 90% of its manufacturing jobs. We can't sit idly by and let that continue to be the status quo. So this could be a step in the right direction, but it has to be coupled with a clear effort to make sure that we help those communities and those individuals make the transition. This is a step forward, but by itself, it's not enough. But it is a step forward, and I commend the chairman and all those involved in this for their work in this effort. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lewis stated, you and him, 26 years ago, both of you took a position that said no to NAFTA. What's interesting, Mr. Chairman, is there's a book that I've been reading a long time ago called When Work Disappears. It was written by a gentleman by the name of Julius Wilson, When Work Disappears. Trade is critical to economic and physical well-being. It is essential to the well-being of my constituents in Philadelphia, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the United States of America, and to the global economy. In the Philadelphia metropolitan area, trade exports supports more than 185,000 jobs and generates approximately 8.2%, or $31 billion of the area annual GDP. Trade is what I would consider a poverty buster. It is a powerful tool in the toolbox we have to fight poverty by increasing the earning power of our communities. Trade supports businesses, builds economic growth, creates well-paying jobs. Trade is essentially beneficial to the minority-owned businesses and their employees in my district. Minority-owned businesses exploit firms average 3 times more workers and pay a wage premium of nearly $16,000 more than their non-exporting companies. This is a historical trade agreement. The agreement makes improvement to NAFTA in 4 critical areas: enforcement, labor, prescription drugs, and the environment. I want to focus on 2, labor and prescription drugs. As a member of Congress and a representative of my constituents, I'm committed to improving people's health. One method of doing this is by reducing health care costs, which is why I voted for passage of H.R. 3 last week. And supporting this agreement today goes hand in hand with H.R. 3. Across Pennsylvania, more than 50% of the population is struggling to afford health care. People constantly forego or delay health care or do not have prescriptions to fill. First, lowering prescription drug price is essential to health and physical well-being of our citizens. The removal of the 10-year excluded requirement is essential. This provision will lead to lower prescription drug costs and improve health care costs for citizens. Secondly, this agreement strengthens labor protections for workers in Mexico. This is not only the principal thing to do, it's the logical thing to do. Simply put, enforcing the labor protections for Mexican workers protect jobs in America. Labor protections lead to increased wages in Mexico, which is in turn make it less attractive for companies to move jobs out of the United States. Coming from a city where America started, has nearly 25% poverty, jobs that are more than vocations. They are means to life. They keep food on the table and roof over our heads. So, Mr. Speaker, in the city of brotherly love and sisterly affection, this historical agreement will support businesses, jobs, and the well-being of our citizens. That is not something to take lightly, because there's been a lot of discussions about the Constitution, and I constantly even remind the chairman, though he's my good friend from Boston, he knows that that's where it started. Again, I yield back to Bouncer Tom. I support this agreement.
Thank the gentleman for that acknowledgement that the American Revolution began in Massachusetts. At least there's something we can all agree on. With that, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Reed, is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think there's a lot we can agree upon today. And one of the things I wanted to join my remarks with are those of my colleagues. After we've watched for a few weeks our chamber here in the Ways and Means Committee go down a path of division and partisanship, in my humble opinion, what we have here today is a demonstration to the American people that we can get things done. that we can work together and we can do things such as this Mexico-Canada agreement that is going to benefit millions of Americans for many years to come. And I just wanted to start by joining the choir of thanks to you, Mr. Chairman, for leading this effort, the Democratic Working Group, Kevin Brady on our side, standing firm each and every day when the questions were raised and negotiations were had, and Chairman and our ranking member on trade, Mr. Buchanan. I also would be remiss if I did not recognize the work of our fellow Problem Solvers Caucus members, that bipartisan group of equally divided members, 24 Democrats, 24 Republicans, that came together about a month ago and said we wanted to have a vote on the Mexico-Canada agreement, and I'm glad we're having that opportunity to have that vote here soon in the House of Representatives. But I also would be remiss if I didn't thank the President and his efforts in bringing this new agreement with Mexico and Canada to volition and into existence. And obviously everyone has joined in echoing the hard work of our trade ambassador, Bob Lighthizer, who has become a good friend and a good colleague and a good counselor in regards to the issues of trade. And I think this agreement will be a testament to his hard work for years to come. I would also like to thank the staff of the Legislative Affairs Office, guys like Eric Euland, Tommy Andrews, Ben Howard, who have worked tirelessly with us on questions and information that is necessary. So I want to thank Tommy and Ben and Eric and his team for all the hard work that they've done in regards to not only this agreement, but the hard work they do on a day-to-day basis. And substantively, has been commented upon, this is a win for the American people, in particular, the American dairy farmers, in my humble opinion, and those dairy farmers of Western New York that will now access the Canadian market in an unprecedented way. I was glad to see the provisions on regards to the dairy opportunities that now will exist between our farmers, where they'll have a level playing field upon which to provide that great, wholesome New York milk product to those across Canada and Mexico. I would also like to just take an opportunity to highlight some of the specific provisions that deal with the currency issue. As many of you know, I've been on this issue for many years here on this committee, and it is one of the unfair trade practices that I see that has been unchecked for decades, if not years, if not decades, across the world, and that is countries manipulating their currency for an unfair trade practice. And as I read the agreement, we have now gold standard type of language to negotiate from in further agreements when we take on folks like China, folks like Japan, in regards to the issue of currency manipulation. And I'm glad to see that hard-fought win in this agreement with our good friends from Mexico, Canada, where they're essentially joining with us and saying, you know, one of those chief unfair trade practices of currency manipulation hopefully will be a thing of the past, and that we will be competing on a fair and open level playing field. And so as we go into the future negotiations, let this be a standard for how we go forward. And also, hopefully, this will just be yet one of the many wins that we share together in this committee room, in this committee. When we come together, it is amazing what we can accomplish, not just here in D.C., and most importantly, not because of the titles we wear as members of Congress, but most importantly, because of the win that it represents for the American people that sent us here to do their work. And so if we always keep their interests in heart, I am very confident that this day will just be an example of hopefully where Congress can go in regards to solving problems for the American people back home, and Mexico, Canada is a great start. So I thank all the folks for their hard work. I thank everyone for stepping forward on this leadership role. And with that, I will be glad to support this agreement, not only in this committee, but on the floor of the United States House of Representatives. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. Chairman, I want to first thank you and Speaker Pelosi for making me a part of the Democratic Working Group tasked with negotiating with the United States Trade Representative to improve the USMCA agreement. After months of hard-fought negotiation, I'm glad Democrats have secured a trade deal that includes transformational provisions on enforcement, labor, the environment, and access to medicine. We knew that the trade deal handed to us earlier this year by the Trump administration did not protect workers or the environment. But thanks to you, Mr. Speaker, and Speaker Pelosi, Mr. Chairman, and Speaker Pelosi, Chairman Neal, the Working Group, and House Democrats, we have a groundbreaking agreement that will create a paradigm shift in our trade policy. During the negotiations, Democrats secured a laundry list of critical provisions that will permit the American people to enjoy more the fruits of the labor of trade, including first of its kind rapid response labor enforcement mechanism, a new higher standard for rules for workers in the environment, increased funding for labor and the environment monitoring and enforcement, strengthening obligations under our multilateral environmental agreements, funding for the North American Development Bank and the Trade Enforcement Trust Fund, and robust funding for ILAB. Moreover, I am particularly proud that we, as Democrats, made this agreement more enforceable. We all know that the secret of trade agreements depends on enforceability. That's the success. However, the Trump administration handed us a USMCA that needed some work, with the same broken state-to-state dispute resolutions that made NAFTA unenforceable. I want to remind everyone that we also were told early on that we didn't need state-to-state, that we could just enforce the new agreement by using the same Section 301 tariffs that created a trade war with China and put many of our farmers on the brink of bankruptcy. That proposal was a non-starter for Democrats, so we made it better. I want to thank my partner in this effort, Rosa DeLauro. She and I were tasked with strengthening the enforcement provisions, and it was our top priority. The new provisions that are in the USMCA close the panel blocking loophole in the original NAFTA and create a new state-to-state mechanism that makes this agreement enforceable. Not only were we able to lock in this change, but we were also able to add new rules of procedures that will make it easier for the U.S. trade agreement, the U.S. Trade representative to dispute labor violations with our trade partners. Because of House Democrats, the agreement before us today is infinitely better than the agreement that we received. It is a win for Alabama manufacturers and farmers and will help level the playing field and promote economic prosperity for my constituents. Again, I want to thank Speaker Pelosi and Chairman Neal for their leadership throughout this process. Moreover, I want to thank my fellow working group members, and I wanted to list them for the record. Hardworking group members such as Representative Thompson from California, Representative Larson from Connecticut, Representative Blumenauer from Oregon, Representative Gomez from California, Representative Jan Schakowsky of Illinois, Rosa DeLauro of Connecticut, and Suzanne Bonamici from Oregon. We worked hard on this, but we could not have done it without great staff. I want to commend the amazing staff of the majority on Ways and Means, and especially Ms. Tao for all of her work on this effort. I also want to thank the United States Trade Representative, Bob Lighthizer. He was a fierce negotiator, but he negotiated in good faith. And because of his negotiating in good faith, as well as his ability and willingness to compromise, we are here today with a much better United States-Mexico-Canada agreement. I urge all of my colleagues to vote for this agreement, and I yield back the balance of my time. The chair now recognizes Mr. Byer for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to add my voice to those thanking the chairman, the speaker, Trade Subcommittee Chairman Blumenauer, the members of the working group and their staff, as well as the staff of the committee, Catherine Tai and her team, along with Catherine Manger in the Speaker's office. It was your tireless work that got us through the summer and the fall, and we wouldn't be here without you. Last winter, we were presented with an agreement that had a number of positive elements, many drawn from TPP, but that was also fundamentally flawed. Today, I'm proud to support a USMCA that has been fixed by Democrats. From the moment we got that first draft of an unworkable deal, our leadership, this committee, and our caucus faced an organized campaign of political pressure dedicated to the thoughtless passage of an agreement without fixing any of its deep flaws, which included a totally broken dispute settlement mechanism. We were accused almost weekly of stalling or burying the agreement out of personal animus toward the president. Nothing could be further from the truth. And the December 10 agreement gave lie to that theory. House Democrats were ready to do the work as soon as the administration recognized that political pressure could not replace substantive reform. I hope that the passage of this agreement with a strong bipartisan voice will put an end to the cycle of threat and uncertainty that has governed our trading relationship with our closest neighbors. It's critical that this agreement provides the promised economic certainty. And I hope that if this proves not to be the case, if there's a return to tariffs or threats, we will see a similar bipartisan majority to restore the sanity and certainty promised by this agreement. This revised agreement contains landmark reforms to set a new standard for labor enforcement, which my colleagues have discussed at length and think of which we can all be duly proud. And as we know from previous agreements, for these reforms to live up to their promise, we need to continue to engage and support them. And that's why it's so important that this bill contains a robust funding title. I understand the concerns that my friends in the environmental community have about what is not present in this community. But the fact of the matter remains is that our counterparty in this negotiation remains steadfastly opposed not just to climate action, but even to climate acknowledgement. But what is there shouldn't be overlooked. Here, the funding title again is so important. I remember standing with my friend Earl Blumenauer at a wastewater treatment plant along the Tijuana River and watching, horrified, as untreated human waste poured into the Pacific Ocean, affecting communities on both sides of the border. This bill will clean that up. It provides both the legal and personnel means for stepped-up environmental enforcement. And this is very important. It allows a future president who cares about the planet to enshrine our Paris commitments and hopefully a stronger future commitment to enforceable multilateral environmental agreements under USMCA. Like many others who have followed the politics and policy of the trade, I can't escape a bit of mirth when I look at the totality of what my friends on the other side and in the Senate will be gleefully voting for. Because part of that's what's in the agreement, but also is part of what's not in the agreement. The biologics provision that the industry demanded so vociferously, and the stunning end of the foolish debate that helped doom TPP. This is one occasion where I'm glad that my Republican colleagues' devotion to President Trump overshadows our stated economic principles. This has not been an easy process or a perfect one. And as the resolution we passed earlier today showed, there remains much to do to secure and maximize the benefits of trade for the American people. But I look forward to casting yes votes today and on the House floor. Madam Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes Mr. Arrington for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my colleagues for the give and take, for the push and pull and the contributions of this committee to the point that we're here today to vote it out of committee and onward towards ratification. I think it's fair to say everybody's contributed, but I think it's also fair to say that there was one person who led the charge, and that's President Trump. And I think it's undeniable, whether you like him or don't like him, whether you agree with his style of leadership, his rhetoric, you have to sit back, I think, and at least respect the unbelievable productivity and accomplishments that have come out of this administration under his leadership for the last 3 years. It's hard to believe in 3 years. We've got historic tax cuts and regulatory relief that have unleashed this economy, and we're seeing unprecedented growth in jobs and our overall economy. So we've given a freer market to the American people and to our job creators. On top of that, there's been a tremendous investment in our farmers and in the agriculture economy with the passage of a bipartisan farm bill. And so the safety net is more reliable. And there have been important investments in rural America. And the unleashing of American energy dominance through the policies of this administration. And now we're here on the precipice of passing this historic trade agreement that is going to be great for American workers. It's going to be great for American manufacturers and farmers. And it's quite extraordinary. And I want to say to our president, thank you for keeping your promises to the American people. Thank you for, after 25 years, we have somebody with the foresight and with the iron will and the resolve to say, I'm not going to just talk about these things. I'm going to do something about it. I'm going to deliver for the American people what I said I would do. I look back at the 2016 campaign where he said in Pennsylvania, and I quote, I'm going to tell our NAFTA partners that I intend to immediately renegotiate the terms of that agreement to get a better deal by a lot, not just a little, by a lot for our workers. To the American workers. Today is President Trump's fulfillment of his promise. You should know he's got your back. And he went on to say in his inaugural address, from this day forward, a new vision will govern our land. From this moment on, it's going to be the America First policy. Every decision on trade, on taxes, immigration, foreign affairs will be made to the benefit of American workers and American families. I think he's absolutely made good on that statement. He went on to say in the first State of the Union address, I believe strongly in free trade, but it also has to be fair trade. And it's been a long time since we've had fair trade. He went on to say, I'm not going to let America and its great companies and workers be taken advantage of any longer. They have been taken advantage for too long, no longer. Folks, I'm glad that we can all share in some contribution here, but the fact is the heavy lifting was done by this president, and our country's going to be better for it. Every one of those that I listed, this just continues to build on America's successes. There is a great awakening, there is a renaissance, and truly, America is back like never before, and the best, I believe, is yet to be seen. Because this is a template, as Speaker Pelosi said, a template for expediting more comprehensive free trade agreements. This will strengthen our hand against China and trying to get resolution to a fair, balanced, and equitable trade relationship. This is significant in so many ways, and not the least of which is just the stability and certainty for more investment, more growth, not just in the United States, in Mexico and Canada. So thank you, Bob Lighthizer, for your meticulousness, for your relentlessness, for your accessibility to both sides of the aisle. And thank you again, President Trump, for putting America first and for making America even greater than it was before you came to office.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for holding today's markup and for bringing the implementing legislation of the United States-Mexico-Canada Trade Agreement, USMCA, before our committee today. I also want to extend a special thank you to the working group, including several members of this committee, as well as the trade representative, Mr. Lighthizer, and under your leadership, Chairman Neal, for the tireless efforts on our behalf and all of this committee. And while it goes without saying and has still been said many times, it's worth saying it again, I want to thank the committee staff for your tireless work. Today's markup is a result of many months of hard-fought negotiations between Congress and the administration, and is a true victory for working people, their families, and their communities. This deal is a win for American farmers, for American manufacturing, for American innovation. It's a win for America, as my colleague from Illinois earlier said. It's a win for collaboration and compromise while staying focused on our values and our principles. Compared to the initial version of the agreement released by the White House last year, the agreement before us today includes markedly stronger protections for American workers and, crucially, serious enforcement mechanisms to ensure all parties follow this agreement. While I believe the agreement includes higher standards to preserve the environment, I do regret that the administration was unwilling to make any commitments to address the very real and pressing issue of climate change. With that said, I do believe the USMCA is a significant step forward for American workers and businesses fighting to compete in our increasingly interconnected world. It also puts to rest the president's flippant threat to pull out of NAFTA without the certainty of a replacement. A testament to the hard-fought negotiations is the backing of the agreement from stakeholders as diverse as the AFL-CIO and the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. I support the passage of USMCA implementing legislation before our committee today and hope it proceeds swiftly to a vote on the floor of the House and the Senate. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I, too, want to add my voice toward congratulating the members of the Select Committee for their very hard work on this. I can tell you that when President Trump introduced his proposal for the USMCA, I was a hard no. While we do need to congratulate the president on his efforts, I can tell you that as he introduced it, there was no way that I was going to vote for it. And so I think it's just miraculous that we have come out with a bill that essentially is going to be bipartisan, and thanks to the hard work of all involved. The rapid response labor enforcement mechanism in this agreement provides us really a rare opportunity to renew and strengthen our bonds with Canada and Mexico. But to make it successful, I think we're going to need to work together to help ensure that workers throughout our region are protected by the strongest labor rights. And our three nations have historically played a unique role for each other's well-being, and we need to nurture our mutually beneficial relationships. And I think that this agreement is laying the groundwork for us. The labor attaches should be partners with Mexico, and together we can foster a renewed integration of our nations, not only economically, but opportunities for us to grow from sharing our cultural riches. Face it, the Mexican labor force has been denied basic rights that stem from the fruits of collective bargaining. And while economic modeling may not attribute monetary value to strong labor enforcement measures, we know that unionization leads to higher wages, and better working conditions. And so, to level the playing field, we have helped Mexico, our neighbor, reach fair trade instead of just free trade. I can tell you that I am profoundly disappointed that although as a Democrat, I think that climate change is a key issue, I'm just disappointed that there's no mention of climate change once in this agreement. There are no binding restrictions on production of greenhouse gases in our partner countries. And due to these lax restrictions, companies are just able to outsource their production of greenhouse gases to other countries simply by purchasing carbon-intensive products from outside of the U.S. This agreement provides corporations an easy way to dodge hard-fought federal and state clean energy policies. And the same thing is true for clean air, water, and land standards. We just shouldn't be giving corporations a free loophole to pollute our neighboring countries. I am encouraged that there are interagency agreements so that we can lay down a marker and live to fight another day. So I'm not going to make the perfect the enemy of the good. I think that this is a really great start. It's an improvement over NAFTA 1. And again, when I came to this process, there was no way that I thought I could possibly vote for this. And I believe that just due to the incredible work of this committee, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to vote for this agreement, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This markup on the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement is overdue, but it's great news for Kansas and for American people. We've highlighted a lot of the benefits of the USMCA since it was introduced over a year ago, but some of those bear repeating. In addition to supporting the 12 million existing American jobs that are supported by trade with Canada and Mexico, our top two trading partners, estimates say the USMCA will increase jobs by 176,000 over the next term of the contract and boost GDP by $68 billion. And that's on the low end for those estimates. And important for farmers and ranchers in my state, USMCA opens up new markets for American dairy, wheat, chicken, eggs, and turkey for the first time ever. The deal boosts American manufacturing jobs and wages, particularly helps in the automotive sector across not just U.S., but all of North American wages. While NAFTA was created 25 years ago, USMCA will now be the first agreement with a chapter dedicated to digital trade and sets new standards for intellectual property, labor, and the environment. I could go on, but it's clear that on so many levels, USMCA is a great deal for American farmers, ranchers, workers, small business owners, and families. I want to thank President Trump and Ambassador Lighthizer for their incredible leadership to follow through on another of those campaign pledges that President Trump made and negotiating this update to NAFTA. Also want to thank Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady for their leadership to ensure that our committee and Congress was involved in this process all along the way. It's been a long and laborious process, and I'm proud of the work that was done to create this good deal. Now, as I mentioned, today's markup is far overdue. The USMCA was first unveiled by President Trump on October 1st, 2018, and signed by all three countries on November 30th, 2018. In that time, we've all discussed the great benefits of this deal for our workers and for the economy across so many industries. Unfortunately, we've had to forego those benefits while we've waded through this process over the last year. But today, it's able to mark that important milestone for our committee, and that we can turn the page to begin a new era in free and fair trade for the United States, Mexico, and Canada. I only wish the same number of cameras and reporters who are in this room today has been here the last several weeks to help cover this important victory for President Trump and for the millions of farmers, ranchers, and workers across our country who will benefit from the USMCA. As a member of this committee and as the USMCA whip team, I'll continue urging all of my colleagues to swiftly approve this deal in the House and then look forward to working with the Senate to send this to the President's desk as soon as possible. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to join with everyone else in thanking you for your leadership here and bringing everyone together. You've done so many times to try and accomplish something on a bipartisan basis. And this is really a bipartisan accomplishment. It's Democrats and Republicans, it's the administration, and it's Congress. It's everybody working together to try and solve a very complex issue, because this is a very complex issue. The world is very complicated these days. We spend a lot of time trying to blame people for our problems. We want to blame the rich, or we want to blame the CEOs, or we want to blame Wall Street, or we want to blame the immigrants, or we want to blame the Muslims. Everybody wants to blame somebody. But in reality, to solve the complicated problems we face in the world today, it requires people of goodwill to sit down, to work together on complicated issues and try and solve the problems. And that's what exactly is what has happened here, people working together. I'm happy to support this bill, recognizing there's much more we need to do. We still face a major challenge in the United States of America, that our middle class is shrinking. There's a huge disparity between the wealthy and the non-wealthy, and the middle class is shrinking in America. And the concern is that, as some of my colleagues have pointed out, that under the original NAFTA deal, thousands of businesses left the United States of America, went over the border to take advantage of cheaper wages and more lax environmental codes. And as a result, we hollowed out part of our middle class in the process. And we resulted in more people with substandard wages and bad environmental conditions and bad worker conditions to our south. And this is an effort in this bill, in this USMCA, to try and rectify some of that with the stronger enforcement that was negotiated by the different people that have been mentioned here. I want to thank Mr. Blumenauer and Mr. Buchanan for the work that they did working together, and I want to thank the Democratic Working Group that fought for the changes to make labor enforcement stronger and to make environmental enforcement stronger, as well as other items. When everything's said and done, the minimum wage in Mexico is still $5 a day. So the enforcement standards are so important because we need people to start organizing in Mexico to try and lift the standard of living for the people that live there. We're not going to get back the jobs that are the lowest wage jobs again. They're not coming back to the United States of America. And we shouldn't be trying to focus on just creating low-wage jobs. We need to create those solid middle-class jobs that if you're willing to work 40 hours a day and you're willing to, 40 hours a week, and you're willing to work 50 weeks a year, we believe in the United States of America you should have a decent standard of life. And this agreement is about trying to accomplish that. What do we love about America? We love that our workers make money. We want them to have better health insurance. We want them to have better pensions. We want them to have better worker safety. We want the environment to be safer. safer, and we're competing against other countries like Mexico that don't have those standards. They don't pay their workers as much. They don't have environmental standards the way we do. They don't have health insurance. They don't have pensions. We want them to become more like us. We don't want to be more like them. We don't want to have a race to the bottom that we become more like them in order to compete. We want them to become more like us. That's why these enforcement standards are so important, to try and make enforcement of labor standards and environmental standards so much more central to any trade agreement so that they can become more like us instead of us becoming more like them. So I think that this agreement goes a long way in trying to help accomplish some of that, but we have to just keep on working on it, on complex issues, Democrats and Republicans working together to try and solve problems. I think one of the most exciting things in the USMCA is the new digital trade chapter. That's the future for our country and for other countries that want to try and increase the wages of their employees, is to looking at high-skilled, high-tech industries. And we need to make sure that we're protected in those high-skilled, high-tech industries and that we can do better to try and create jobs where people who are willing to work hard can have a decent life in this country. So I want to thank again all of my colleagues who've worked so hard on this. I want to thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the Speaker. I want to thank Democrats and Republicans, the executive and legislative branch, for trying to do this treaty so that we can have a better quality life for the people that we represent, as well as for other people that are part of this trade agreement. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta.
Good job, Tommy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clearly, I think our appreciation goes to you and your leadership. Definitely, members of your staff, Catherine Tai, appreciate the time you took to deal with me personally on this and to basically brief me one-on-one, as we did many times. So thank you for that. And obviously, the members of the working group who worked a day, night, weekdays, and weekends to get this deal done and to improve it tremendously. And yes, I do thank Trade Representative Lighthizer. I got to say, he has been the most present person from this administration that I have seen in my 3 years here in Congress, up here on the Hill, and not just willing to talk to Republicans, but Democrats, not just willing to talk to progressives, but New Dems. He was all over the place, and I think that that helped out quite a bit. Look, as many of you know, especially Mr. Kildee from Michigan, I come from the salad bowl of the world, the Central Coast of California. And we literally have hundreds of specialty crops. You name it, we grow it. And it's fresh fruits and vegetables. So obviously trade with our northern and southernmost neighbors are very, very important to us. Canada is our #1 agricultural export market, and Mexico is #3. So yes, the tariff-free access to these markets gained in NAFTA helped tremendously my district, and our agriculture thrived. So when the president talked about renegotiating NAFTA, our attitude was do no harm. And I have to say that NAFTA did provide a good base for what USMCA was originally introduced to us was. And I do believe that there were improvements, but clearly it wasn't good enough, as USMCA lacked enforceable labor and environmental standards, and it found it out of date for the 21st century. But fortunately, there were key updates to NAFTA within the original USMCA, and that it strengthened science requirements for sanitary and phytosanitary standards and food safety. It improved access for California wines to Canada. It addresses agricultural biotechnology, and it included a digital trade chapter, as my friend from New York just mentioned. But still, USMCA had several shortcomings. The state-to-state dispute settlement remained unenforceable. Labor environmental standards lacked strong wording and proper monitoring. And the pharmaceutical exclusivity provisions threatened to keep drug prices high for patients. But what do? We did what Democrats do, and we pushed back. We pushed back on labor, environment, the environmental aspects of it, the enforceability aspects of it, and yes, the pharmaceutical aspect of it. And Ambassador Lighthizer was more than willing to work with us to ensure that the USMCA could be improved, and that's what we did. We ended panel blocking that prevented enforcement. We strengthened rules and created enforcement and monitoring mechanisms specific to labor and environment, and we dedicated more people on the ground in Mexico to ensure compliance full time. And yes, we secured funding that will aid in enforcing USMCA's labor and environmental standards. $240 million to enforce labor obligations, including $180 million to help build up enforcement. $300 million to address pollution, overfishing, and marine debris at the border, and $215 million for the North American Development Bank for environmental infrastructure projects. In this context, look, I get it. Climate change was not in it. We did not get everything we wanted in that deal. But it comes to a point where we cannot sacrifice incremental progress for absolute purity. In this context, the increased enforcement and resources dedicated to environmental monitoring, infrastructure, and cleanup are not just progress, they're momentous for any sort of trade deal. The bottom line is that this deal is a major improvement, not just for NAFTA, but it really sets a new floor for future trade agreements. It has the strongest labor and environmental standards of any U.S. trade agreement, and it is finally enforceable. I'm proud of the work that all of us have done, yes, Democrats and Republicans, to improve this deal. And I'm proud to support the ratification of this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an important day for our committee and our country, and it represents the good that can happen when countries and politicians come together and focus on improving the lives of their hardworking constituents in domestic industries. Like all hard-fought negotiations, everyone walks away relieved but not entirely thrilled. And that's okay. Trade deals are hard. Congress has not voted on one since 2011, so today represents an opportunity. The trade agreement negotiated with Canada and Mexico is a better and updated NAFTA that will benefit America's workers, farmers, businesses, and families, while also fortifying our relationships with our closest neighbors. USMCA fixes flaws in some of NAFTA's chapters based on the lessons that we've learned since NAFTA was enacted in 1994. It also adds new chapters to reflect the reality that the world has undergone major changes in the last 25 years. This matters to my constituents as trade supports approximately 230,000 jobs in Florida and is integral to our agricultural, manufacturing, and service sectors. Florida alone exports more than $7 billion worth of goods to our USMCA partners. I'm proud to support this agreement because it advances trade liberalization in a rules-based manner that's good for the American economy, but it also protects workers and the environment to achieve these goals. It lays out a system of enforcement and dispute resolution that gives businesses confidence in their investments in intellectual property. Taken together, this trade deal will support good-paying jobs and economic growth in Central Florida and beyond. It can be hard to maintain an optimistic perspective in this town, but I sincerely hope this is the beginning of an era that welcomes trade agreements to grow our economy and strengthen our national security. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlelady. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from California who really did an extraordinary job in terms of labor enforcement mechanisms that were built into the agreement. Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to thank the chairman, the working group members, all the staff from USTR, as well as the Ways and Means Trade Committee staff. When we started this negotiations, I started to get involved from a perspective of how do we make this better than it was? How do we actually fix a problem that existed for 25 years? The original USMCA was NAFTA light, as many people considered it. But since then, since we took the direction of Speaker Nancy Pelosi to improve the deal, we have achieved great progress on a number of fronts. When it comes to labor, drug protections, environment, and enforcement of the overall deal, we made big strides. I try to describe this to other folks by saying that we inserted and we achieved successes with items that have never been included in any trade agreements before. And the response has been very positive. We even have a senator on the other side of the Capitol who is going to vote for a trade agreement for the first time in his entire career. Somebody that's voted no on every single trade agreement. And I think that says something to the work of this group. I want to go into a few, I know there's still some confusion about how certain things work, so I'm going to actually ask a question. Don't be shocked. Mr. Pagan, can you help explain how remedies will work under the rapid response mechanism? Ms. Pagan, sorry about that.
Thank you. Glad to answer that question. So under rapid response, again, the idea is that you go to a panel and they will determine whether there's been a denial of rights at a specific facility. If the panel finds that there is a denial of rights at that specific facility, then the complaining party can take a selective remedy that is proportional to the severity of that denial of rights. And the remedies may be the suspension of preferential treatment under the agreement or the imposition of penalties. Now, if there is a second case of a denial of rights at that same facility or a related facility, a facility that is owned by a company that's related to a prior facility that has been found to be denying rights, you can impose remedies on goods from both facilities. And that would be, again, the suspension of preferential tariff treatment or the imposition of penalties. One key thing is that the proportionality element is removed from that. If there is a third finding of denial of rights, on related facilities and the same or related goods, then you again have the ability to choose whether you deny preferential treatment, you impose penalties, or you deny entry of goods, again, for the goods that are from the related facilities.
So let me get a little clarification because there is some confusion. Some people are claiming that you have to have violations, say one company owns multiple facilities, that you can only oppose the penalty to the same facility if it's in violation of those labor rights. You're saying that you don't have to prove multiple violations at the same facility. It can be different facilities owned by the same company. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's one of the things that we want everybody to understand, that it's not, you can only, you don't have to just prove a violation at the same facility three times in order to have blockage of goods. It is a company who owns multiple facilities. And if one is a bad actor on this particular issue over here, and they go through the process, and then another one is over here, you're actually starting with the second violation, not the first violation for that facility, which strengthens our ability to really enforce the labor rules that we had just negotiated. Would you like to add anything about enforcement? Anybody at the... Ms. Tai?
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Just switching over from labor to environment, I also wanted to highlight that last Tuesday in Mexico City, the three countries also signed another agreement that goes to, let me make sure I get the words in approximately the right order, verification cooperation agreement for customs, and that this is an agreement that allows for the three countries to work together to ensure that goods that are traded have been legally harvested or legally taken, and provides for enhanced tools with respect to enforcing some of the environmental obligations in the agreement as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all your hard work. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Ferguson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to all of those that have worked so hard on this committee and putting together ideas for the betterment of this country with this trade deal. We're very grateful. It's when I go back into my district and I look at our state, and just as many of you do in your districts and state, the one thing that we are all united on is the desire to grow our economy, to create jobs. And one of the things that is so important for those of us that went through the ill effects of the last trade deal with NAFTA, when a community like mine that lost almost 35,000 textile jobs, when we saw the effects of that, we're very excited about the opportunities of this trade deal because it puts the American worker in such a better position. And as we go back to our districts and all of the things that we want to do as this country and all of the arguments that we want to have and things that each side wants to fight for and fight for their individual districts, we have a better chance of being successful in those arguments for all Americans if we have a vibrant national economy and we have workers that are earning a better and better paycheck and better jobs every single year. And this trade bill is a huge step in making sure that that is happening for not just today, but for future generations. I think it's also important to note that it's not only good for America, but we're strengthening two of our best allies and our best trading partners in Mexico and Canada as well. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for the opportunity to travel with you to Canada, to meet with the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister, and to understand the importance of trade to the Canadian people as well. And to understand that with our neighbors in the South, understanding the importance of this trade deal to them is also very important. Recognizing that the stronger that our neighbors are and the better our neighbors are, the better that we're going to be as a nation. So with that, I'd like to offer my support for this, to thank the President for his hard work, and to the U.S. Trade Ambassador Bob Lighthizer for his thoughtful leadership in this process and listening. But I think this trade agreement puts America into a better spot for generations to come. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am pleased to join with my colleagues today and announce my support for the U.S., Mexico, and Canada Free Trade Bill, which dramatically improves upon the North American Free Trade Agreement. Congress today is preparing to consider a hemispheric trade agreement between the U.S., Mexico, and Canada that reflects the modernization of our economy and addresses key enforcement deficiencies that previously existed. Despite cynicism and significant challenges, our chairman, Richie Neal, and the working group crafted a historic trade agreement that our committee now has the monumental task of marking up ahead of a vote by the full House of Representatives. More than 16,500 jobs in my district are supported by U.S. trade with Canada and Mexico. In addition, more than $350 million in goods and services exports to Canada and Mexico occur each year. And 60% of Nevada imports from Canada and Mexico are used as inputs by U.S. producers. The USMCA agreement is particularly beneficial to our travel and tourism industry, which is critical to the state of Nevada. Based on figures from the International Trade Commission, U.S. travel economists estimate that the USMCA would raise $1.7 billion in travel-generated economic input and create 15,000 jobs. Lower tariffs mean greater exports for American manufacturers, farmers, and the travel industry. Stronger trade with key trading partners in Canada and Mexico will generate faster U.S. economic growth and job creation that will ultimately lead to essential innovation in our economy. While this is not a perfect deal, the USMCA makes important improvements to the North American Free Trade Agreement, which is essential to sustaining a growing Nevada. And that is why I will encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of this agreement. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you again for holding this markup and working so hard to make improvements to the trade agreement. I will note also that the pharmaceutical industry has opposed the trade agreement in part because of protections that we were able to successfully get included for American consumers and biologics. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the ranking member, Mr. Brady.
Thank you, Chairman Neal. I'm fortunate on the Ways and Means Committee to hold a seat formerly held by Chairman Bill Archer, and before him, President George H.W. Bush from the Houston region. In October 1992, when President Bush joined leaders from Mexico and Canada to initial the original NAFTA in San Antonio, he described the agreement as a turning point in the history of our three countries. He said, quote, "We are creating the largest, richest, and most productive market in the entire world." He said, "This agreement is an achievement of three strong and proud nations and expresses our confidence in economic freedom and personal freedom in our people's energy and enterprise. Those words are just as true today as they were in October of 1992. This agreement is a good one, and it wouldn't have come together without your leadership, Chairman Neal, who've worked tirelessly to build consensus and pull these key groups together. Appreciate the leadership of Chairman Blumenauer and Ranking Member Buchanan. Thank you for your many hours of work. We're blessed with remarkable professional staff, including the Democratic staff led by Catherine Tai. We think we have a great trade staff on the Republican side. Angela Ellard, our staff director, Josh Sneed, Blake Harden, and David Giordano. Thank you for your many hours and years of hard work. Nothing gets done until Legislative Council can translate it. Mark Sinis and Kalyani Parthasarathi has done a great job for us on drafting. Mr. Melly, thank you for your leadership and tireless work at USTR, as well as Maria Pagan for your work as Deputy General Counsel for the Trade Rep's Office. And of course, Cameron Bishop, who's a Deputy Assistant USTR for Legislative Affairs. Like others, I want to thank Ambassador Lighthizer for being the architect of this agreement, challenging boundaries, doing things that, frankly, I told him he wouldn't be able to succeed in, and he did, to his credit. And I do thank and very much appreciate the leadership of President Trump. He knew this agreement could be better. He worked to make it so. And early on, he told me that we could create a bipartisan coalition for trade in America again if we create a level playing field for American workers. That's exactly what this agreement does. And with this agreement, coupled with the new agreement with China, the door opening in Japan, discussions with EU and UK, this administration is focused on 2/3 of the customers in the world who buy U.S. products, goods, and services. America's made for trade, and we ought to focus on selling more of what we buy and sell to every corner in the world. And this trade agreement is a moment in history where both parties have come together to create more growth and more opportunity for made in America products and services. With that, I strongly support this agreement. Thank you for the leadership, and let's vote, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I want to acknowledge the role that you've played along the way in being an advocate for open trade policies, Mr. Brady. And we'll have ample opportunity on the floor on Thursday, I think, to thank the respective staffs that really did a spectacular job on this. And I think for some of us, as you noted a year ago, we all were convinced that we might not get to participate in a it will never happen moment, and we did. And I think part of it is the goodwill that has been generated with the also fundamental acknowledgement that is a very stubborn part of the mathematical equation, and that is 95% of the consumers in the world live outside of the United States. And anybody who suggests that we can't compete internationally, I think they undersell the American people. And a lot of people in the world have lost the bet by betting against America in moments like this. So we'll have plenty of, I think, opportunity with a good debate on Thursday. Looking forward to it, and looking forward to, I think, that the goodwill that was generated here on this agreement. So if there are no further members seeking recognition, I want to recognize Mr. Gomez for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report H.R. 5430 to the House of Representatives.
The question is on favorably reporting Bill H.R. 543. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and H.R. 5430 is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. And with that, having accomplished our purpose, the committee stands adjourned.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good job. Richard, good job. Thanks, Mike.